serious, what is it like to have children you don't want? Using an alt, because my main can be linked back to me, and I'm going to get very real. I had a perfect pregnancy. I was super cautious, took my prenatal vitamin every day, never drank, walked away if someone was smoking near me, etc. My child is severely special needs. She's autistic, but on the severe end with global developmental delay, which is just a nice way of saying mentally disabled. She is 6, but is now just learning to potty train. She is nonverbal, but thankfully understands simple directions. She screams for hours off and on at a time every day, and when she isn't screaming she is making noises. She doesn't interact like a normal child and treats other people more like inanimate objects rather than people. No affection, no emotion, no interaction aside from pulling me to the fridge to get her food or handing me her toy so I can fix something on it. I don't feel like a mom, I feel like a caregiver. I get little joy in taking care of her, and I'm constantly worn down. I'm exhausted. This pandemic has destroyed what little sanity I had left, as I can't even get a small break because there is no school. This is going to sound absolutely terrible, and this is why I'm using an alt, but raising her is not like raising a child. You raise a child to be a decent adult. You teach them manners, respect, education, and kindness, and you hope that as they grow up they will make friends, get good grades in school, and go on to have a fulfilling life. This feels like I'm raising a very high maintenance pet that will not evolve into anything more. For me, I'm just keeping her alive. I'm keeping her fed, clothed, warm, safe and happy. It feels like I have been taking care of a baby for the past 6 years. She progresses very slowly and very little. I'm hoping by the time she is in her 20s we can maybe have a simple 1 or 2 sentence conversation, or maybe she can have the attention span to watch and understand a movie. I still talk to her and play with her, but it's so discouraging after years of not getting anything back. I mainly just snuggle with her on the couch while she plays with her tablet. It's one of the few ways we really bond. She likes toys and simple games on her tablet, so I buy her lots of them to keep her busy and hope that they keep her content so she isn't screaming and hitting herself. I see children much younger than her having full conversations with their parents and I get so jealous. I see them telling their parents they want burgers for lunch, or talking about a fun thing they want to do, or whatever, and I can't even imagine how easy my life would be if she could just communicate simple things like that. It's so tough. I take her to the playground and the other kids ask why she won't talk or play with them. Pre-COVID days, we go out to the grocery store, and she has a full meltdown and we have to leave our cart behind. We go out to eat, and she can't sit still, and wants to get up and run around the restaurant, so we have to leave. She's only getting bigger and taller, and she's getting harder to manage. She hits herself and others. Sometimes she smears her pup all over the wall. She slams her head into the wall and furniture when she's frustrated, which is often, like multiple times a day. She broke a window with her head a few weeks ago, and I was scared shitless she was going to need stitches, but luckily she somehow came out unharmed aside from a bruised forehead. I don't know how I'm going to handle her when she is a teen and as big as me. I don't like to think about it. If I knew this was going to be my life, I would have never had her. When I was pregnant, my husband and I agreed that if we found out the fetus was going to have Down syndrome or some other special needs we would abort. You cannot detect autism in the womb. My husband and I have aged 20 years. We are overweight from stress eating. We are constantly on edge that she's going to give herself a concussion because she self-harms, and we cannot stop it every time. We are sleep deprived. No such life. Our brains are fried from all the screaming and constant noise. We argue and are short-tempered with each other. We are empty shells of what we used to be. Imagine having a monkey on your back 24/7 that just screamed and hit you. It breaks a person. We've been in weekly therapy for years and I probably break down at least once a month during a session. I never ever thought we'd have a special needs kid. There's no family history, and like I said, I took amazing care of myself while pregnant. She was planned. My husband and I waited until we were financially stable to have her. We did everything right. We wanted more children, but now have decided not to have any more because it would be too much stress. I mourn what could have been. I wonder all the time how my life would be if she was a typical kid. If you want to put yourself in the headspace of a parent who has a profoundly special needs child, watch the movie Vivarium. It's about a couple who get stuck in this weird suburb that they cannot escape and are forced to raise this strange alien childlike being until they die of exhaustion. It's an odd, science fiction alien/monster type of movie that's meant to be pure fantasy, but for me, it was the realest movie I have ever watched. But even after all of that, I still love her so much and won't put her in a care center or in foster care. I'd be worried sick that she was being neglected or abused. When she's an adult, we are either going to turn our basement into a living space for her and hire an aide to help her, or we'll put her in an adult special needs home and visit her frequently to make sure she is okay. I just hate that it has to be this way. None of us deserve this life. If you see parents with special needs kids out at the store or mall or wherever, please just be patient and kind. This is a story of a very close friend of mine, on a bit different note, but I guess it could fit in some light. He was abused as a kid, violence and mentally, by both parents, and was scared of ever even getting close to kids, in a fear he would hurt them in some way. He is generally a really meek, but caring person, like a total opposite of what he got at home. This was his just coping mechanism, as kids literally clung to him. Then he met a loving woman and they married. She slowly warmed him up to being around younglings. It helped. She works in preschool/daycare, and finally they both decided it's okay to go. 2 attempts, sadly, and little over a year later he was holding small baby in his arms, his eyes, his hair, her face, her smile. He told me, during the pregnancy he was super happy and did everything he could for his wife and future junior. He started loving it truly, and when he felt it kicking, he was internally overflowed with happiness that a small human was growing there, and he or she will have dreams, laughs and hurdles. Yet, standing there, he felt nothing. Like no spark, no love, no happiness, no resentment, no joy, nothing. He was holding small, hot, moving piece of meat which he had absolutely no attachment to. It crushed him. Talk with wife crushed him even more. He did everything he could to care for her and hope he will grow to love, but it never came. As soon as time allowed, he went into therapy, and after 3 years heard that sometimes this just happens. His daughter is now 6, is healthy and happy, as far as I can tell, but I heard my share of his pain. He feels inferior as a human for deceiving his daughter, and he powers through it by sheer willpower and effort. If I can't love her, at least I will still try to give her something I couldn't have, caring home. He told me exactly once that he really regrets agreeing to have a kid, but I could feel his shame. His wife is wonderful person enough to accept him like this. She told us, my fiance is more of her support than I am. She wanted more kids, but she is really afraid to put more on him. Raising one will be enough of a challenge for them, that's for sure. I know he will keep all his promises and words, but it already takes a toll on him. This is kinda crazy, because I was just thinking about this today. I'm not gonna use a throwaway or anything. Not that I think anyone on here would actually know me. When you have a kid you kinda get this idea in your head on how things are gonna be. How you're going to teach them things, share special moments as they learn, and have this cool amazing bond. Then your kid comes into this world and is not at all what you expect. My kid is special needs and has major developmental delays. He's 2 and basically just lives in his own world. Doesn't communicate, doesn't respond to his name, and has basically missed every single milestone out there. So you feel regret, despair, and a whole bunch of other negative stuff. Especially guilt. It wasn't his fault he came into the world this way. He didn't ask to be here. So there's a lot of complex emotions going on. However bad it makes me feel though, I just kind of wish he didn't exist. For instance, as I was writing this, I went to the bathroom, and in the 3 minutes I was gone he took a dump, forced both his hands into his diaper, and smeared sheet all over his face and pinned everywhere else. Now my whole apartment reeks, and I had a half hour of cleanup, because I left my toddler alone for all of 3 minutes. This isn't the first time this has happened. I just can't connect with him, and it has me feeling like I'm just his caretaker, rather than his dad. Edit. AWW. I've never really had a virtual Reddit hug like this. It was honestly really helpful, and made me feel a lot better. So thanks everyone. I had so many people message me, and there's so many comments I couldn't ever respond to them all. However, I read everything. I appreciate it. I really do. I also want to address a few comments. First off, I love my son. God knows I have some bad days, but signing over my parental rights simply isn't an option. I have lots and lots of family support, and his mom is always there to make us both feel better. She understands us both. My kid is enrolled in various programs and is already getting treatment. He is making progress and is starting to use very simple words, even if it doesn't make any sense. I really know my kid is in there somewhere. We had one event about a month ago where he answered a question with a 3-word sentence. He even included the word I don't understand it at all, or how it fits into everything else. I really want to believe he's in there somewhere and will eventually get to a point where he can communicate basic needs and follow some basic instructions. We're just gonna keep on doing what we can. I'm not going to go into a lot of detail about it, but due to the way this world is, and how evil people really can be, and for the fact that people have ruined my level of patience, knowing children require a ton of patience, I don't want children. I'm only 22 and barely have my own life together, and yet, I'm sitting here with my 10-month-old niece as she makes Donald Duck noises, squealing and laughing and playing with containers of apple sauce. For the past 3 months, I've had custody of her, and I don't know when things will change. I didn't ask for this. Either I have to hold back tears so many times, either because I'm hella frustrated, or because of how tiny and innocent she feels in my arms when I hold her, and my love for her doubles in that moment. I'm going to be brutally honest. Some days I wanna pack up my things and leave her all alone, never to return, but at the same time I imagine her playing by herself, knowing that somewhere in her little mind, I'll return for her, so I know I can't leave her for 10 minutes, let alone forever. Hell, I've probably broken world records for the fastest pup time to make it back in the room with her to make sure she hasn't gotten into anything that would hurt her. I miss my freedom. I miss being able to sleep as long as I want, do what I want, when I want, take 3-hour-long baths, sleep until 3 p.m, walk around naked. But now that time is taken up by a small child that wakes me up at 9 in the morning by using my boob as a handle to pull herself up from laying beside me while singing "Bay Bay Bay" in my ear. I have to deal with being damp all the time from her constant drooling and her clinging. I hate that I have to wake up several times in the middle of the night when she starts crying because her binky fell out her mouth. I hate that I can't cook or clean or take a shower when I want to because she always wants me to hold her, or she's clinging onto my legs, making maneuvering difficult. I hate having to get her to hold still for 5 extra seconds as I try to comb her hair while she's flinging around like a fish out of water. I hate having to stop going through my Reddit or Instagram feed in order to feed her and then give her some of my own food as well because she eats like a wild horse. I hate having to put my phone or tablet or laptop away at 9 or 10 p.m. to get her to go to sleep. I hate when she gets fussy and whinny because I'm trying to work and I can't hold her while doing so. I don't want to be in this situation. I want my old freedom back. But at the same time I know deep down I wouldn't want her to be with anyone else, and I couldn't go a full 48 hours without seeing her. Waking up every morning to her smiling at me with her 2 little teeth, or her saying HM in happiness after every few spoonfuls of food. Watching her face light up as she tries new things, listening to her talk and sing, listening to her abruptly ceasing to cry when I start playing my ukulele. Feeling her wake up in the middle of the night and crawl over to me to use my stomach as a pillow, because that's the only way she'll sleep well. Feeling her wrap her little arms around me and let her head on my shoulder as I pick her up, or wanting nothing more than for me to hold her as she falls asleep. Seeing other people hold her is great, but when she sees me, she'll push them away to get back to me. Seeing her learn to walk, clap and be more vocal. Seeing all of my cats pile up with her and nap with her. Seeing her imitate how they walk, with her knees off the floor. There are times when I'm angry and frustrated because she refuses to go to sleep. Admittedly, there have been moments where I pick her up and lay her down rougher than intended, and I'll tell her in an angry voice to go to sleep. And what does she do? She laughs. She thinks it's hilarious. And at that point, the sheer innocence. I can't get mad at her for wanting nothing more than for me to play with her. She watches me in, or as I dress myself. She'll laugh as I use a jade roller on my face. She'll laugh as she opens and closes the flap to my iPad, watching it light up and turn off. She helps me shake my protein shakes. She helps me eat nasty food I don't want. She helps me remember to remain calm, be patient and think before acting. She helps me remember that there is a reason that I'm alive, and that there is someone in this world that needs me right now. She reminds me that maybe I do care about life and living more than I want to believe. So you ask, what is it like having children you don't want? It's scary, painful, annoying, frustrating, tiresome, damp, smelly, and it makes you want to punch a brick wall until your fist is reduced to bloody shredded meat. But before you throw that punch, you feel tiny warm hands on your face, sparkly bright eyes looking into your own and a big perfect toothless smile singing softly to you in a high-pitched, pleasant little voice, knowing that it belongs to someone who knows nothing about anything, but the only thing they do know is that you love them, and they love you. And while I would completely do things a bit differently next time around, I would go through it all over again, if I had to. Edit. Thank you all for the huge amount of love and support. To be honest, I didn't think too many people were going to see it, and if they did, I didn't think a lot of people would read it, because of how long it is. It's been a huge roller coaster ride of a struggle, but her innocence in all this madness is the main reason I keep going. I have to type through tears, because it's nice to know that so many people out there really care about what I'm going through, and I tried my best to reply to everyone who commented. It's hard remaining positive, especially because my finances are looking grim and all I want is to have a home of my own where she's free to roam about as she pleases, but one day at a time, I guess. Bless each and every single one of you for your kindness and love. I don't know if I fall into that category, but sometimes I feel like I do. I love my kids, and I'm told I'm a pretty good dad, and sometimes I enjoy it, but most of the time it's just draining. I explain it as being like an introvert at a party full of strangers. It's not that caring for kids is painful or whatnot, just like talking to strangers isn't painful. It's just draining. It sucks the energy out of you, whether you're good at it or not. At a party, my goal is that the people I talk with feel heard and cared about and have fun, and that no one knows I'm secretly watching the clock waiting to leave. And with kids my goal is that they're happy and engaged and feel loved and wanted and cared for, and don't think I'm counting the seconds to bedtime. But accomplishing that drains me. I understand that there are people out there who enjoy spending time with kids, just like there are people who enjoy talking to strangers, and suffice it to say I'm just not one of them. So I guess I want my kids, but what I really want is for my kids to magically be old enough that they are no longer draining, and for me to get my life back a little. I mean, I love them, and I want them to be happy, and if anyone ever tried to take them from me, I would go to hell and back to prevent it. But when was the last time I took a bike ride? When was the last time I looked forward to the weekend, rather than seeing it as an exhausting slog? When was the last time I went into Monday a little rested, rather than just beaten down and exhausted? And, as importantly, when's the next time I'll get to do so? 5 years from now? 10? Will I be young enough to even enjoy it? So, I don't know if I'm in this category, probably not. But I definitely do feel that way a lot more than I'd like. I knocked up a booty call back in the day when I could still pull that off. We had an agreement, her idea, that if she did end up pregnant, I would pay for the abortion. She was on birth control, and we went for months with no problems. Then I called it off cause it felt icky. A few months passes, and we see each other again one time. I hear from her a few months later, and she's got something to tell me. I thought maybe she had an STD. She said she was pregnant, and I was like, oh okay, no big deal. I'll take care of you. I'll start making some calls. Then she said she's keeping the baby and I almost lost my shit. Fast forward 17 years, and I love my daughter more than anything. I did not expect this, did not want it, but I'm so happy I have my daughter. Her mother on the other hand, has continued to make my life a living hell in every way possible, always putting my daughter in the middle of fabricated dramas, always threatening me in every way possible. Cops being called constantly, CPS getting called constantly, tried to get me fired from my job more than once, targeting me financially and just generally being a terrible person towards me. I do not speak ill of her to my daughter, but she does constantly about me. It took a solid 14 to 15 years until my daughter saw what was happening. She believed her mom, that I was some really bad guy and her mom was just a poor victim. After the third time of CPS being called, her mom heard I was drunk at a bar, which was true. I did have a few too many that night, and we do have common acquaintances, and use that as evidence that I have a drinking problem. I practically never drink. I was coming from a movie with my daughter, and she saw the card left on the door from CPS, and that's when it finally hit her. Her mother has been making me a villain and doing everything in her power to screw me over. She called her mom and let her have it. It was really sad, but also rather vindicating. I stayed the line, continued to be a good dad and to do my best to take the high road, and eventually all the scheming and conniving backfired. My daughter and I have a great relationship and she also does with her mom. But the poor kid has to deal with this constant resentment her mom harbors towards me for initially trying to stick with her plan, then breaking it off but still taking her to court to make sure I got split custody. I did the good guy things and I'm starting to finally see my efforts resulting in some change. Anyways, it's a kid I did not want with a mom who I definitely do not want, but I quickly decided to do the right thing and literally, as soon as my kid was born I became smitten, and I love my daughter more than anything now. I have spoken with a woman who feels nothing towards her kids. She had them, because that is what the church requires, and her husband wants them. But I don't think it's just the kids. Even though she says she loves her husband, I don't think that's what she feels for him. She was picked on severely growing up, and he is really good to her. I think it's thankfulness that she feels and confuses it with love. Anyway, she knows that it's wrong, her words, to not love her kids, and decided to view parenting as a project with the best possible outcome is have her children grow into healthy, happy and well-adjusted adults. She did clarify that she doesn't hate them or resent them. After all, they were part of her life plan. So she made up a way following all the best parenting advice and making sure she follows through. For example, keeps track of how often she cuddles them by minutes noted in her journal, and if she notices that she hasn't been doing it a lot, she tries to correct it. She also leaves discipline up to her husband because she doesn't want them to associate any negative feelings towards her. She knows they'll eventually be able to recognize her lack of feelings towards them and will think her discipline came from a bad place. From what she told me, she has never explained any of this to her husband, and he has no clue how she feels. This conversation lasted about 4 hours, and was the moment I realized that you can choose to be a good parent or a bad one. Regardless of how you feel, it's never the child's fault and an adult is responsible for making up for what they lack. My husband and I have been raising my niece for 3.5 years. We also had my teenage nephew for a year before we had her, but growing up with my sister as a mom had done more damage to him than we could handle. My niece is almost 16 now. I'm 29 and I feel like I gave up my fun and careless years to raise my sister's kids. I've always dreamed of having my own children, and now that I'm struggling to conceive, I can't help but feel resentful that I'm raising one of my junky sister's 6 healthy children. Overall, my niece is a good kid. I love her, and I want her to do well in life, but she doesn't feel like she's our kid and she doesn't think of us when she thinks about who her parents are. She experienced a lot of trauma while living with my sister and it's a lot to handle. She was cutting for a while and recently admitted to bulimia and has had suicidal thoughts. Her counselor keeps advising us to do more stuff with her and spend more time with her to pull her out of her dark moods. I feel like my mental energy is already 90% devoted to her, and the thought of giving up even more of the 10% reserved for me and my husband is incredibly daunting. It doesn't help that I grew up in a fairly dysfunctional household and my niece is one of my biggest triggers that brings those issues back up for me. I was just starting therapy to work on my past traumas when my niece started having a bunch of issues, so all of my sessions became about managing her issues instead of dealing with my own. All I wanted when I was her age was somebody to save me from the dysfunction I was growing up in. I feel like I'm giving her exactly what I wanted as a teen, but it's not enough for her, and she doesn't appreciate it. I've also witnessed all of my siblings and my nephew go totally off the rails and into addiction and bad life choices at 15 over 16 years old, so my niece developing a bunch of issues at this age triggered the hell out of me and made me feel like I was fighting against her inevitable downfall. Add that in with my complicated relationship with my sister and the resentment I feel towards her for placing this burden on me, the family I have to maintain contact with so that I'm not keeping my niece from them, and the fact that I'm not my niece's legal guardian, so every medical thing is a huge hassle, and it's all just too much. I feel trapped and like I'm sacrificing my own future children on the slim chance that my niece might overcome my family's generational dysfunction. It's insidious, and the hate and resentment grows the longer you feel trapped, which is years and years. It starts with frustration that they are not instinctively out of sight and silent, or doing exactly what you expect. Who TF even cares? If it's a hearing problem causing them to ignore you in some situations, great. Now the brat needs medical care. Another faking expense? Maybe you will, maybe you won't. You're definitely going to freak out on them if a major medical even occurs that was an accident, saying breaking a limb from falling out of tree. You can't afford to go to the hospital, and if this little faker never existed you wouldn't have to take time out to deal with them. You tell them you wished you had an abortion. They're the reason you even married their post-father anyway, and got stuck in this miserable life. Your resentment grows, and soon it can be any little thing that sets you off trying to shower after 8 p.m. That's a beating. Talk back. Beating. Don't wear glasses during second grade reading class. That's a beating. You hate them. You offload them onto any family member or even neighbor you don't know all that wheel just to get some faking time to yourself. UDGAF, what happens to them when it's your break from parenting? You grow more resentful as time stretches on and you see yourself aging. You tell this hateful little beast they're the reason your life is over, that you'll never find a decent man now, and if only they'd had an abortion instead of having them. The beatings increase in frequency and sadism, using ripped up chair pieces, having hammered down the nails. You like this one because it slices the skin as well as leaving bruises. You progress to strangulation. You hate them so much, you wish they were dead. Sometimes, you drive around, turn on the child locks, and park on railroad tracks, and go on murder-suicide diatribes. When teachers report, you lie, plead how difficult they are at home, no matter how good at school, and assert your right to discipline your child with an open fist, only on her buttocks, as is my right as a parent. One day they leave, and some part of you know the only time they ever want to see you again is to spit on your grave. Source: am an unwanted child. I'm speaking from personal experience with my son and this may be a long one. I never wanted to have kids. It seemed like way too much responsibility for someone like me. I work, I pay bills, I'm responsible, but I can only handle so much responsibility. I felt like kids would push me over that line where happiness would disappear, and to be honest, I was right. It did in fact disappear. My son was born a little over a year ago. He wasn't planned. My wife and I welcomed him into our lives with open arms. We loved and cared for him, and still do, and we are trying our best to provide him with a great life. But for me, doing everything I can to provide him with a great life is, in essence, sucking my soul out of me. As time went on, and as it goes on, I become more and more depressed, anxious, and phobic about things in life that I used to seemingly love. I've went from this super cheery and outgoing individual to a husk of what I was. But my son doesn't know how I feel. When he's in the room, everything is well. It isn't fair to him that I take out my personal demons on him. I love him so much I can't explain it in words. He's a hilarious little kid. He's adorable and incredibly smart, but the responsibility of him is tearing me apart. I hope as he grows older and starts to become more independent, I'll start to feel better, but for now it's like the weight of the world on me. Edit. Thanks for the silver kind stranger. Edit 2. Just want to say thanks for the support, and to Op for providing the question I could kind of spill my guts out. Press E. It helped a little bit, speaking out and having people understand. I always feel like I'm a terrible father for being like this. I dated a woman who has 2 kids. She presented herself as the perfect mother. It turns out it was a lie, that she fed off of things like that. Kinda a Munchausen by proxy, but for positive things like social media likes. I adored her kids, and went into full positive male role model mode, even after she and I broke up. She kept dating addicts, and partying like you are 21 into your 40s level losers. She was 27 at the time. It wasn't her kids' fault that their mom has bad taste in men. Anyhow, that's not even the worst part. One day she asked me to come over her place. She wanted me to come alone, winky face Smiley. She sat me down and asked if I can keep a secret. I said sure, so long as I don't have to help you hide the body. Thinking she was joking. It was way worse. X, would you like to buy girl child and boy child? Me, what? X, look, I never got to be a free adult. I got pregnant at 16. I just want to be free of all of this stress of being a mom. You love girl child and boy child, don't you? They love you, and you are all they talk about. Me, I'm sorry, but I've got to go. I can't be a part of this. X, well, what about just girl child? She's going to be 12 soon. Me, please don't contact me ever again. I then left, and I've not seen any of them since. As a side note, I did report her to Child Protective Services. Though, as far as I'm aware, nothing came of the report. TLDR, Semi-Munchausen X tried to sell me her kids so that she could party. My son was unplanned but extremely wanted. I, however, was the unwanted child. My mother neglected and abused me for my entire childhood, especially after my brother was born. I'm suspected to be the result of rap, but I will never excuse how I was treated. We moved at least once a year. I never had many friends, and she would lock me out of the house to bang strangers and sleep all day. I basically raised my brother and myself because my mom was a junkie who prioritized partying over loving us. She did maintain up to 3 jobs to pay bills when a boyfriend wasn't paying them, and funding her habits when a boyfriend wasn't paying for them. We were left in the house without enough food to last us for 2 weeks. My brother was 5, and we were starving when his teachers called the SS. We were taken away for a couple days until my grandmother got custody of us. We lived with her until my mother proved she was capable of handling us. My brother went back. I refused to. I lived with her about a year until my mom found another house and a new man to pay our bills, and I was forced to go back. That man became my stepdad for 12 years, and he is a good man who loves us. She cheated on him, relapsed, and divorced him. Her current husband was addicted to party drugs and escalated to meth. She escalated with him. She currently lives with my very rich and yet very stupid uncle, who also does drugs, mainly steroids, and is seeking another divorce. My brother moved with her. I'm okay. Before anyone asks, I'm 26. My brother is 22. We both work and have lives. I have a husband, or 3-year-old son, and a kitten. I've lived in my first apartment for 5 years. I work for the company that rents it, so I have secure income and insurance. I have a bad history with therapy, so I just learned to cope on my own. I'm still working through a lot of my trauma, including sexual assault, rap, abuse, manipulation, etc., and mental illness thanks to genetics and my pathetic excuse for an incubator mother. But she's 1,000 miles north of me. I'm happy with my little life despite the issues I have. I have hobbies that I share with my husband, who is my anchor, and we support one another unconditionally. You can get on top of life again. You can get away from the torment. You are the author of your story, and even when the dark points come you will find your way through, if you just hope a little bit. Wishing love and light to all my fellow abused children and adult bodies. We have one another. No matter what, we are not alone. Sure, I'll share, but throwing in a question back to you/Snipperglizzy. Any particular reason you're asking this? If there is something you want to talk about you can DM anytime. If you don't feel like revealing too much in comments, I'm told I'm a good listener. Right, no short version for this really, but I'll try to stick to the important details. About 3 years ago I hit the wall. Bad. Among many reasons my relationship was in a rut, and I was struggling to accept the full reality around my firstborn being handicapped, CP, epilepsy, 3-year-old at the time and 6 now, diagnosed as mentally disabled last summer. Skip forward a bit, we tried couples counseling. Although I felt very done, a kid with special needs really changes the effort you'll put into it. Fast forward a year, it's very slow, but we are making some progress, both with the relationship and in other parts of life. She had finally gotten a real job, after struggling for many years, helping both the overall mood and financially, that we struggled with. Then it happened. She was pregnant. The first I'm fine with, we were careless, but not this time. We had talked about it, just a few months earlier even, that we can't risk an unexpectedly child right now, so she was taking the pill. That's right, she was taking birth control pills, and it seemed to work fine until one day she was knocked up. I knew what she was thinking, but I still voiced my concerns. I don't remember exactly what was said, but we talked for a long time and there was a lot of crying. What about our first one? He will be starting school and require a huge amount of attention, while this one is less than a year. I thought should have been reason enough. You finally have a job, but you risk losing that keeping the child, and you haven't worked long enough for full pay during pregnancy yet. How are we going to afford this? Was another. What about us? We are barely making progress on the relationship and have hardly any time for ourselves as it is. How can we hope to ever figure this out with another child right now? It was hard, but I had to speak up. This was about so much more than just the new child. We'll figure something out was all she ever replied. I told her I think she is putting all of this at risk by keeping it. I didn't say it quite as blunt as this, but I was very clear on my opinion. As she cried so bad she had trouble talking, I said something along the lines of, "You can't be surprised to hear this? We have talked about this, and I thought we agreed." And what she replied broke my heart. I was expecting some, but not that you wear this against it. We had talked. We had agreed. More children, sure, but wait a few years. So to try and wrap stuff up here, guess what happened? I caved that night, and from that point I did everything I could to be supportive, never once mentioned my concerns again, and was there every step along the way. Every checkup, up to and including the birth itself, I was there. I did the waking nights a month or two, so she got rest. I changed my work hours completely around, to make both enough money to cover her loss, and get more time at home. I did everything I could. Up until about a year after the birth I could handle it no longer. We broke up. I was right. Finance is not a huge issue, but we struggled. Relationship, dead. Special needs kid, in my eyes, not getting what he needed from us. Both of us deep in exhaustion to the point of mental collapse. Myself even got onto antidepressants to try and keep up. Like my doctor said for the kids, they need their father. But I couldn't handle it anymore. There is no way to explain it in a way that makes sense just reading it here, but there was no way further here, even just for the kid sadly. I try my best, but it's hard now, especially when the younger gets tantrums and I'm tired, in the helplessness we parents feel when we can't comfort our childs, and then the thought pops up, I was right, this would end us. Let me make one thing clear though, I never think it's the child's fault. He had no say in this. He didn't ask to be born. But it's hard to ignore how he symbolizes the final nail in the coffin. So yeah, congratulations on reading Trough this wall of text. That is my life the last few years. Not sure what more to add without rambling or going off topic, but if anyone have questions feel free to ask. Already said so much, there's hardly anything to hide here. Lastly, if anyone is here looking for hope for a struggling relationship, a child does not make things better. Ever. Fix the relationship before you put another soul between you, for the kid's sake at least. Note, I have not proofread this. Try red trough type a CTC. Like having a child you want to get rid of, or having a child when it wasn't planned. My son was not planned. His mom wanted to trap me and get that sweet child support. She lied about being on the pill. She cheated on me when pregnant. I left her. I was present for my son's birth. In fact, I brought him into the world because the ob left the room for an emergency and wasn't available. He came out alarmingly quick once it all happened. Tried to reconcile, but my ex kept cheating. We split for good. Before he was 1, my son lived with me. We went to court. The court sided with me, but she still hounded me with unfounded complaints, whether to children's aid or other bodies. trying to claim my son on taxes etc. So what's it like? Well, my life was effectively ruined. I left university, worked sheet metal full time, until an accident. Now I practice law, after going back to school. It's extremely tough, and I wonder if my experience is different, because I'm sole support father. We don't have access to the same resources as single mothers do, and often the resources we can access is a fight and a half to get them. So, it's hard, it's tough. I wouldn't trade it for the world. Just because my son wasn't planned, and just because I sacrificed an awful lot for him, doesn't change that I love him more than anything in the world, and it doesn't change that I would do it all over again, just to have him in my life. He is the kindest, sweetest, most sincere young man you could ever hope for. So, I don't think matters if you wanted to have children or not. I guess you either love them or you don't. My husband has raised my 13-year-old for 7 years, but she isn't his biologically. You would never know that. He loved her first, I think. She is the result of a sexual assault by an ex-boyfriend. From conception to DNA tests to court, I hated her, but I also couldn't get rid of her. Almost out of spite. She didn't do anything wrong, but everything about it made me sick. Everyone knows how she came about. She does as well. Finished her therapy around 11 for it. From the moment she was born, she was a carbon copy of my attacker. I wouldn't hold her. My mom and sister stepped in. When I checked out mentally, I wasn't afraid I would hurt her, but I was afraid of my ambivalence. I found fault with everything. Hell, even calling me mama as a toddler instead of mommy pissed me off. In my mind I was raising a little rapist, but I just couldn't let her go, even though I loathed her. Then when she was almost 3, she had a grand mal seizure. I held her lightly on the floor, so she wouldn't hit her head, while we waited for the ambulance. Was diagnosed with epilepsy and my heart was torn out of my chest. Seeing her so small in the hospital bed with fourths in her arms and terror in her eyes. It broke my resolve. It broke me. She reached out her little hand to me, and in that moment I didn't call my mom to come. I took her back. I never should have forsaken her in the first place. It makes me sick. The guilt eats at me. Every day. I realized I survived everything just to hate the result. I fought back just to hate her existence. It didn't make any goddamn sense. I fell head over heels, in love with my toddler. I will never forgive myself for my absences in the first 2 years of her life and all the beautiful things I missed/threw away. She's 13 and I'd do anything for her, follow her anywhere, kick in the gates of hell for her. I would find a way. She's the love of my life, and she knows it. Edit. Thank you so much for the award. I'm not seeing a lot of first-hand responses, so I'll jump on the grenade. I have 2 sons who, despite loving them very much and wanting the best for them, my life would be much better if I hadn't had them. My whole life growing up I expressed doubts that I wanted kids because kids freak me out. Everyone always said that it would be different when it's your own kids. I'm sure for some people it is, but for me it's not. I think I have some kind of phobia of kids. I'm on the autism spectrum, as is my oldest son, and I hate that I helped bring 2 people into this world that I can't be there for. I wanted to be a good father, and all things considered I'm still not terrible, but I don't enjoy time with my kids the way I should. My wife and I separated when our boys were still young due to other issues in our relationship. She has since remarried to a great guy who is wonderful with our boys. She moved about 5 hours away, but I still visit them on big holidays and their birthdays. I pay my child support without fuss. I'm happy knowing my boys are happy, but it's a weight taken off my shoulders that I'm not having to care for them because I just can't. If there was a moral to this story I would say that if you think you might not be able to handle kids it's perfectly okay to not have them. But make sure that's known early in the relationship. Don't expect your partner to change because they'll be expecting you to change as well, and one if not both of you will end up unhappy. The bonus moral is never trust someone who wants to use the rhythm method of birth control. I never really wanted children, as I had a good career and a life full of adventure. When I got pregnant unexpectedly, my partner convinced me that we could have a kid and be good parents. We got married, and I had a pregnancy full of complications. I had lost a ton of weight before being pregnant, and I resented every moment of my pregnancy. I struggled tremendously with postpartum depression, and it took me almost 2 years to feel like myself again. 10 years later, I'm no longer with my husband, and I raise my kid pretty much on my own. While the role of mom is something I came into reluctantly, I do love my child very, very much. I don't think we have a traditional parent-child relationship, but I work hard to be a good mother and I constantly think about how to be a good parent, different from how my parents were with me. There are days where I feel like an absolute failure, but there are more days where I feel like I'm raising a pretty wonderful human being who is so much more insightful and wise than I was at her age. I wouldn't say that I regret having a child, but I didn't enjoy the early years at all. It felt like an uphill battle every day. Everyone says they are born, and you just fall in love, and it comes naturally. I didn't find that to be true. Creating a real bond and a real relationship took a lot of work, and it forces me to confront a lot of issues with my own upbringing that can be uncomfortable sometimes. But it's making me a better person. I think a lot about the life I may have had if I remained childless, but I don't think I would change things. I try hard to find a balance between maintaining an interest in the things that made me me and giving my kid the best of everything I can. Some days are better than others, but I will say that my kid displays more love for me than I ever thought possible, and the love I have for her is unlike anything I've ever experienced before. So while it may not have been what I envisioned for myself, it's a role that I've grown into and continue to work at. One of my first serious relationships was with a guy who was older than me and recently separated from his wife. The reason for their separation was that she lied about being on birth control to get pregnant with their third child after he explicitly said no and that they couldn't afford another child. The backstory is that he came from a wealthy family and there were expectations for his life and children, private school, country clubs, expensive home, etc. He was supposed to do all of this on a single upper middle class salary. Meanwhile, she had a vision for her life that included 3 children by 30, getting the tummy tuck, and being a stay-at-home wife who went to book clubs and charity events for the rest of her life. To be fair, this is what his family expected for their life too. They were badly in debt trying to maintain this lifestyle. When he said absolutely not to a third child because they couldn't afford it, she did it anyway. I remember taking his kids to the park with him when his youngest was about 6 months old and was shocked at his just complete and total contempt for this kid. Everything this kid did annoyed him, like he was the hugest burden in the whole world. There were moments where he would talk about a snarky comment made by his family and I would see his eyes move to his son with just a look of annoyance. It was really sad. I heard this same tone in his voice every time he talked about this child, but seeing it in person was really heartbreaking. I don't think he necessarily resented his son because of the lifestyle he couldn't have, but because of the shame and pressure of his family that he wasn't living up to their expectations. I'm also not sure he didn't see the kid as a symbol of her betrayal. He made some comments that alluded to that as well. It's a lot of shit to put on a little kid who had no say in it. I know it was still fairly fresh at that point, so I'm hoping time changed things. He and his ex-wife tried to reconcile after we split, also family pressure, and failed, but I know they went to counseling during that time, and he was going on his own as well. Basically, I really hope he's at least healed his relationship with his kid, because I was so sad for him. I can actually answer this. I was 19 when I had my daughter. At first, when I found out I was pregnant, I already knew I wasn't going to keep it, so I made an appointment for an abortion. But then a few days before the procedure, my mom forced me to go to the doctor with her. That's where they told me, with my mom in the room, that I was expecting. Now my mom can't really have more kids, so when she found out, she was insanely happy that I didn't have it in me to tell her that I was killing it. So I went through with the pregnancy and gave birth a few months later. From the moment the baby was born, I was already showing signs of being a neglectful mother. For one, my mom had offered to let the baby sleep with her from the first day she arrived from the hospital in case anything happens. So I never even slept with my daughter. Worst yet, I had insomnia, so I would fall asleep during the day when I was supposed to take care of her. She fell off the bed and hurt herself multiple times, or go without eating for a bit, because I didn't even know how to tell when she was hungry. This is literally like a child taking care of a child, because I clearly hadn't matured yet. Eventually, when my daughter was 2, I realized I was doing more harm than good, and decided to leave and move to an apartment. I knew I couldn't take her with me, because my mom was too attached, and I knew that, if I took her she wouldn't be taken care of by me. I mean, I could try, but all I did at the time was smoke weed, and take naps during the day. Imagine if I allowed my daughter to be around that. Not happening. After I left, I got an amazing job and my relationship with my mom got better, so after a few years I moved back in to help with the rent. By then my daughter was 6 and had forgotten I was ever her mother. I did try to be that figure for the first year, but I started feeling like I was forcing it on her, so I told my daughter she can call me her birth mom instead, and call my mom her grandmother mom as well. Since she was calling my mom anyway, this seemed to work and everything is fine so far. Everyone in my family still resents me for abandoning my child, but no one thinks it's because I found myself inadequate to be the mom. They think I just bailed for no reason. But I don't hold it against them, because I'm not exactly a saint either. I was a horrible person, I know, but I promise that I always made sure she was in the best hands she could be. And now she's a really happy girl and it's like the past never happened. But after all this, I'd be lying if I said I didn't resent myself and my mom a little because of how we reacted when we were told I was pregnant. I could have told her I wasn't ready, and I think she knew. But we are Catholics, no way is an abortion happening with her knowing. Funny, the one time I needed my mom to say no to me, to tell me I was still a kid and can't do this, she didn't do it. Instead she kept the baby for herself because she knew she couldn't have one. So here I'm at 27 with a beautiful daughter I didn't want at 19. All this taught me is that I can't be a mother, so I'm probably not going to have any more kids. Have spent the last year thinking about this question. Have also spent the last 5 off Reddit, so can't believe I log in and here it is. Throwaway, OBV. I thought I wanted a child. My friends had children. It was part of the inevitable life plan. etc. Point then I got stuck in a relationship that I should have escaped many times. Just wasn't a good fit. Not abusive. Fast forward to an engagement I didn't want, and then a pregnancy. A horrible pregnancy. I talked about abortion multiple times, even though we had intentionally tried to conceive. Now we have a kid, and I hate almost every second of it. He's cute. Makes cute faces, but is fussy as all hell. I do not enjoy entertaining a baby. I do not enjoy nursing a baby. I do not enjoy showing off my baby to others. Not that this occurs commonly in covered times. I had/have anxiety and depression, which got worse during and after pregnancy. And every time the baby screams or cries, or does anything outside of my control, that is everything, I have a small panic attack. I have tried 8 different mental health doctors, pills, groups, etc. Nothing is helping. I wake up every day wishing he didn't exist, and then feeling like a horrible person. I count down the minutes and seconds until nap time and bedtime. Faking happiness and cheer for a baby is exhausting, and makes me sick to my core. I hate and resent my partner, and have zero connection with him or the kid. What the fuck does one do with a life like this? Oh, and fact covered for making this 100 times worse. My twin sister recently intercepted our niece, 14, identifies as trans, and nephew, 12, very severe ADHD, and medicated at the time, after a series of events where, in a nutshell, their mother, my older, non-twin sister, up and disappeared, after getting into hard drugs, and the children were released into their father, older sister's ex-husband. The children and their mother were previously living with my aunt, who generously housed and fed them, and my older sister, but once she did her disappearing act we knew the courts would say they needed to be with a parent, so we handed them over to their dad. Shortly after being sent to live with their father, niece mentions that dad has been trying to get her to go to church, even though she doesn't want to. She notes that she is not permitted to shop at stores that support LGBT rights. Nephew, in the meantime, has been taken off his meds by his father. Both children make mention that dad has been drinking frequently and going into fits of anger where he throws things, and he supposedly no longer has running water or electricity or what little they can glean out of a car battery at the property where they live, so we call CPS. Dad catches wind of this somehow almost every time we call, and the kids get moved to his brother's house for a couple of days until the investigation ends. Rinse and repeat a few times. Niece mentions that her cell phone was taken away after the last CPS call, so we smuggle her a new emergency phone, Colombian cartel style, and a stuffed animal, and how gratefully we did, because a week before Christmas this year, we got a frantic call from her saying that her father severely beat her and her brother after one of them accidentally unhooked the car battery that supplied what little electricity they had. Thankfully, CPS finally took things seriously and placed the kids in my twin sister's care. Neither her nor I have ever wanted kids, and now she's been tasked with fostering 2 children who we discovered were beaten often, unbeknownst to us, kept from school for 2 years, forced to drink alcohol, and have no inherent sense of hygiene. Niece's hair was so scabbed from using only dry and heat and rough shampoo that upon arrival to the hospital, that the nurse thought she had lice. It would have been hard enough raising children under normal circumstances, but now she's been given the difficult task of handling traumatized children who missed 2 extremely crucial years of development. Not to mention nephew picked up his dad's pathological lying habit and is still not yet approved to get back on his meds, making school extremely taxing for him. I help where I can, but my sister has never been so miserable. We would love to just give the kids back to our aunt, who knows them well and wants them, but it's for the courts and ECS to decide. The only solace we have at this point is that the kids are free to be themselves now, back in school, and are safe. But other than that, it hasn't been a welcome shake-up, especially given the circumstances. The first night home with my firstborn, I cried. I didn't understand why anyone would give me a child. I told him I was sorry, but I was probably going to ruin his life. I didn't know how to be a mother. His father was abusive and having an affair. I was scared alone and didn't want to be a mom. Years later, my youngest son was 10, his brother was 12. Asked me, "Mom, what would you be doing if you didn't have us?" Me, "You don't want to know the answer to that question." Him, "Yes, we do." Me, "I'd be on a beach somewhere drinking a beer. I'd be doing whatever the hell I wanted to do. I wouldn't be a taxi driver for a bunch of kids." I then spent the next half hour explaining to them that they weren't planned and I didn't want children. But I didn't know them, so it wasn't personal that I didn't want kids. But if I had to do it again, I'd still opt for no kids. I also explained that having kids is a huge responsibility, and if I really didn't want them, they would be living with their grandparents or my sister, who desperately wanted children but was unable to have her own. I also explained how hard it was to support them. After my divorce, I remember getting paid, depositing my check, and having $6 in my account after bills, gas, and groceries. I cried that day and it soon became my norm. I would pay my bills before I put my check in, so I wouldn't be tempted to spend my money on frivolous things. I left their dad and dedicated the last years of their childhood focused on them. My world revolved around them and making sure they didn't follow in their father's abusive footsteps. I really hate that society makes women feel bad for admitting they didn't want kids, especially the women who become great mothers but still feel like they are stuck. Think of an animal you don't like being around. Could be anything from a horse to a rat or a snake. Now imagine hearing your whole life that, even if you don't like being around that animal, if you had one of your own, it would be a completely different experience. After years of pressure and guarantees it will be great, you finally agree to have said animal with your partner. So you get this animal and all of the promises about love and bonding and enjoyment and being different are all lies. You still don't like being around that animal, but now you're 100% accountable for the well-being of that animal at all times. You are a hostage to that animal and will be for the next 18 plus years. The stress of being a full-time caretaker for this animal ultimately leads to a variety of physical and mental breakdowns. Money and time that used to be spent enjoying yourself are now spent on the animal. Every little thing is a fight with that animal. They do things specifically because they know you disapprove. You slip into deep depression and substance abuse runs rampant. The single remaining goal is to set the animal free in the wild, hopefully before you are completely physically/mentally disabled or dead. 4 years into it, that's a short summary of my experience. I try not to talk or think about it. Yes, I've been to multiple counselors and avoid this alt account as well as the parenting subs because I put a lot of effort into burying how I really feel. Then a question like this comes along my main account and it bubbles everything up to the top, making the next few weeks hellish. After I respond, then try to bury it back down again. My son has Down syndrome and I find basically no joy in life anymore. I've brought him to group up with other kids, but he's simply not happy enough as an individual to interact with other people with disabilities. Not like other kids with DS. He acts happy and smiles, but as soon as you turn your back he's beating them with chairs or other objects, and then he throws the items and jumps on the ground and withers in pain too, making it look like it was a fight and there were no winners. Just yesterday, I went to go put on my boots and shovel snow because I got a notice in the mail, which he took and hid, and it said if I didn't get my driveway shoveled by 4 PM then I would get another $200 ticket from the city, which I absolutely cannot afford. I go to put on my boots and smash my foot into a pile of chewed up hot dogs and ketchup from hot dog night the night before. I go outside and look for my snow shovel. It's gone. Now it's 3:45. I get the ticket. At 9 PM I find the snow shovel under his bed. My wife, his mother, passed away 4 years ago. As she was passing from a blood infection the family brought him in to say goodbye. He immediately yells "Scooch over Ric Flair" and pushed her off the hospital bed and she hit the ground and that was that. He's cynical. I sometimes convince myself he doesn't even have Down syndrome, he just looks like he does. At this very moment he's playing with Lego by standing in the kitchen and tossing in pieces into my split pea soup. I wouldn't really be concerned because normally I could just take them out and eat dinner, but he's specifically using green Lego pieces because they resemble peas. I know he knows they resemble peas. Like once a week, I find empty wrapper for Hostess snacks inside his pillowcase, and he has diabetes, and I have no faking idea where he is getting these snacks from. Nobody even comes over to the house. I managed to get a girl to come over from Tinder once, and I swear to God he was asleep, and she comes up to the house, and I'm leaving the bathroom to answer the door before she could knock and wake him up, and I hear "Are you Dave from Tinder?" and he says "Yep. But I'm Dave, and his name is Thomas, and he knows this," and she ran back to her car before I could even move him out of the way to tell her that I'm the real Dave, and he wouldn't move from the doorway. So as soon as I touched him to get him to move over he punched me in the eye and says you snooze, like that even makes any faking sense. I pretty much hate my life. I won't say didn't want because I certainly wanted and love both of my children, but for my daughter and I, we were one of those unfortunate sets of parent and child that just didn't bond. For those of us that have had that happen, intellectually we know that it's common. Emotionally that doesn't matter at all. It is still horrible and painful. I was so happy to be pregnant and have a little girl, which is what I wanted, and we did bond when she was a baby up to that point. But once she reached late toddlerhood, 3 or 4, something just failed and it was a struggle from that point forward. Once she got into 1st grade, she started having trouble, and as it turns out, she had no hyperactivity, thank goodness. In fact, quite the opposite. She herself will joke nowadays that she won't move unless she's being chased, but the behavior was something that I, as a very young mom, had little to no understanding of how to parent an AD kid. At that time, it was just starting to be understood as a thing. There was no internet, so it's not as if I could just pop on a computer and start researching it. Home PCs weren't a thing yet either. So all of my assistance and information came through her pediatrician and our counselors. And yes, we went to a lot and went through several medications and other things. It was a struggle. She was an absolute black hole of need for attention, and nothing I ever did, normal mom stuff that is sufficient for most kids, worked. It just whet her appetite for more. We are just now She's in her 40s, getting to the point where we are working on our relationship, and she's starting to understand that all the things she internalized were just her imagination. Mostly what we all felt was confusion. We had no idea what to do, how to help. But to her, she felt as if no one thought she was good enough. A normal reprimand is you might give a child on something small and insignificant, such as get down off of there. Well, she remembered them all, built them up to epic proportions, and carried them around with her long into her adulthood as proof of her being a failure. Now this is a gorgeous, she actually did some modeling in her youth, and super intelligent young woman. She also tested off the charts academically, but not emotionally, while in school. So she basically won the genetic lottery. Tall, beautiful, blonde, high IQ, gifted, the works. How did I feel? Guilty, all of the time. Struggling, all of the time. I could never make her feel secure and loved. Especially when my son was born just before my daughter entered the teen years. He was a surprise. He was such a little monster, way too much energy. His dad spoiled him rotten. He was a tough toddler to have. But with him, it was just so easy. Even in spite of all that brattiness, which lasted until about 9 or 10. We clicked. We bonded, connected. The ease of being his parent compared to my vast failure with my daughter was night and day. In one way it was good. At least I wasn't one of those cold monsters who couldn't parent at all. But in the most important way, it was awful. Because I still couldn't find a way to reach her, to be what she needed. What is it like? It's painful. No matter how hard you try, you just can't breach that lack of bonding. And more, you carry the guilt of it being your own damned fault no matter what. My daughter and I have spent a lot of time talking about this as we work it out, and she's constantly reassured me that she's not blaming me. None of that matters. I still blame myself. I should have found a way. TW. Suicide. My first husband was abusive in every sense of the word. He had untreated bipolar disorder, had severe anger issues, isolated me from my family, etc. Long story short, he made my life a living hell for 6 years before the final fuck you of committing suicide in front of me, when I finally decided to take our 2 kids and leave him. Our oldest son, now 9, looks just like me, and is sweet and sensitive. Our 6-year-old, however, is the spitting image of him, and has oppositional defiant disorder and ADD. It's like he's a mini version of his piece of shit father with the way his tantrums and outbursts are. He's broken 2 windows in his room, tried to push his older brother down the stairs, he hit/kicks, etc. We are finally starting treatment for him, but it's been very hard on all of us. I have since remarried to a wonderful man, and had 2 more children, another boy and a girl, and every day I wish my middle son would just disappear from my life. He's put a strain on our marriage, our mental health, and the safety of all our other kids. I seriously fear he's going to turn out just like his dad, and I hate him for that. Even as a baby he would bite me during nursing, pinch the backs of my arms, and rip the hair out of the back of my head to the point I had 2 huge bald spots for months. Occasionally he can be so loving and sweet, but the second things don't go the way he wants he turns into a violent monster, just like his dad would do. It scares me, the look he gets in his eyes sometimes. And he has no empathy whatsoever. Of course, I do everything I can to help him, and make sure he knows he's loved and cared for, but if I had the chance to send him away, and wash my hands of it, I'd do it in a heartbeat. It feels like I can never get away from my abusive late husband, because our son is just like him, like a punishment of sorts. It's rough. My father didn't want kids, but my mom did. So mom managed to get knocked up with me immediately after the wedding. Dad put up with it for a little, but they got divorced when I was 2, and he had no custody until he was granted weekend custody of me when I was 8. His version of taking care of me on the weekends was to sit me down in front of the TV, turn on Star Wars, and, on occasion, peanut butter and jelly sandwiches and a cup of water would appear on the coffee table in front of me. There were also a few sets of Lego that my paternal relatives had given me. Those were my weekends. Didn't do anything with him, didn't know anything about him, just that there was Star Wars, sometimes Star Trek, and peanut butter and jelly sandwiches. and I spent every spring and summer break on my paternal grandmother's farm. My paternal family was great. My grandmother once apologized to me when I was 13 or 14 about my dad being such an asshole. My mom then, unfortunately, died when I was 10, so I was sent to live with him full time. It was like living with a roommate. Except he never really changed his shopping habits, so it was like living with a roommate, only there was never enough food in the house, and I would sometimes just wash and eat potatoes raw because I was so hungry, and I would get in trouble if I cooked anything. My friends in high school would all give me parts of their lunches because I was just so hungry. I was 6 feet and only 100 pounds by my senior year. He wouldn't let me get a job or give me money. There was no way for me to get food. And he could afford it. He had a very well-paying, cushy job. The instant I left for college he got remarried and ended up with 3 stepkids. Dirty, spoiled, rotten. There are photos of them all over the house, but there isn't a single photo of me anywhere. Even my aunts and uncles have commented about how, if they didn't know any better, they wouldn't even know I exist. Dad just shrugs it off and says he doesn't have any photos of me. Of course, now that he's sick, not COVID related, he keeps calling me and trying to reconnect because he suddenly remembered he has a daughter. I'm in my 30s. I usually let the calls go to voicemail and maybe text him a short hello every other month. He didn't want me, and now it's too late for me to care or want him in my life. For all his reaching out, he refuses to ever come to my wedding. My husband and I were trying to have a ceremony near him where he could come, but he refused, but wants me to divorce my husband and return to the US and take care of him because it's my job. Fact that. When I was first married, my then husband's sister died of cancer, leaving 2 babies behind. I found out through his other sister that he was asking to adopt the babies. He did this without consulting me. I felt horrible telling him that at 24 years of age I didn't feel ready to become a mother, and he told me I was a horrible person for not agreeing to take the 2 boys. He remained angry with me for a full year after that. Thankfully, his other sister wanted them very much, and since they were already living with her and called her mom, they went to be with her. I had a baby 4 years later. I was a good aunt to the boys, and I wish it all ended well, but the oldest has schizoaffective disorder and was hospitalized often starting at the age of 12. He is now 30 and finally on good meds and living independently. He threatened to kill us all and physically hurt his brother and my son. Their adoptive mother had mental illness struggles of her own, and it broke her. My son also has mental health issues, and my husband refused to acknowledge it, saying the boys all needed to be disciplined harder to knock the stupid out of them. I divorced him, and my son came to live with me full time. I have always felt relief that I didn't adopt the boys, but my son also developed a thought disorder problem in his young adult life, and at this point, I wish I could go back in time and simply choose a different spouse, and perhaps my experience of motherhood would have been far better. I love my son, but it would not be possible to live with him right now. I simply do not trust him, and that kills me. Half the other children in that side of the family of that same generation also show signs of bipolar disorder and schizoaffective disorder. They are all loved, but I often feel, if none of them reproduces, it will prevent another generation of grief. I know this comment will get buried, but this has been happening to me recently, and I could really just use a place to rant. If you do read this, thank you for your time, and I hope that you are doing well and staying safe. TLDR, never wanted kids, got pregnant at 25, now have a 2-year-old, love him to death, and would do anything for him, but struggle heavily with mental illness, depression plus anxiety, and feel like a horrible parent for not being able to do more and be better. My son will be 2 in April, and while I love him to death, I have just not been coping well these past few months. I love my son so much and want to do everything in my power to give him a good life, but I really struggle. He wasn't planned, birth control failed, and then plan B pill failed, and when I found out I was pregnant it was just a shock to my entire system and being. My partner was amazing and said that, no matter what, he would support my choice. In the time we have been together he has always talked about how much he wanted children. I was very much no children for my early 20s. I had thought maybe, when we are at a better place financially and whatnot, years away from now, I would consider it. I always thought that if I were to have kids it would be around 30, so when I found out I was pregnant at 25 it felt like being hit by a truck. In the end I felt that I just couldn't have an abortion and wanted to keep the pregnancy. My decisions were emotional, but also based on that my partner and I have been together for a long time and want to stay together. Pregnancy was really hard. I feel lucky because I did not have a horrible pregnancy by any means, but it was just really hard physically and emotionally. One reason I never wanted kids was because I suffer from depression and anxiety and have since I was 12. I'm in a much better place now than I was even in my early 20s, but it's still something I deal with every day. Giving birth was hard and again I feel so lucky that everything went well and he was healthy. He was 2 weeks early and quite small. I struggle daily with feeling like I'm not a good enough parent and that my son deserves so much better than I can give him. He is such an incredible little person whom I love so much. He's definitely a mischief maker and has been high energy since he could move. I found baby phase hard mostly because of the sleep deprivation, but I could mostly just do what I wanted still. I would honestly spend many days on the couch nursing him while watching TV or playing on the Switch. It was sort of a grieving process having to give up things I love. My partner and I have done our best to still give each other their own time and breaks every day. Recently my partner has gone back to full-time work, and so I'm full-time parent. Even when he wasn't working, he just finished school last winter semester for his teaching degree. I still felt like I was doing the lion's share of parent work. Now it's even harder because he's gone for most of the day, and when he gets home he wants to take his break. He really is a great father and I know he loves our son more than anything, but I can't help but feel minor resentment that I'm doing the parent work. Last summer I decided to get back into my art, since it's been something I love and have always wanted to do. I was in school for it before getting pregnant. I'm going to launch my own Etsy shop next month, but it's been so hard to be a parent and trying to do this as well. I'm not mad at my son, but sometimes I wish I wasn't a parent, so I could just do my own things. Focus on my shop and art, sleep when I wanted, have the time for just me. Those just aren't my days anymore. I try to get stuff done when I can, but it's hard when you are already exhausted from the day. I had a mental breakdown the other day and straight up told my partner that I did not want to be a mom anymore. It's not entirely true as I love my son and want to be his mom, but I guess I just need a break, which is pretty much impossible due to COVID. I want to be a good mom. I never ever want my son to feel like he is not wanted, but this was not the life path I ever had in mind. I'm really trying every day to do what I can, but I still feel like I'm failing him. Most days I just have the TV on and then follow him around the house, sit on the floor to play with him, or just sit on the couch while he does his own thing. I feel so bad because some days I just can't keep up with things like giving him a bath or brushing his teeth that night and they get moved back to the next day. I'm always behind on laundry and dishes. My depression has gotten so bad that the other day I just brought him to our bedroom, put on his favorite show and we stayed in bed all afternoon. I feel like I'm forcing myself every day and it's starting to weigh hard. I would never neglect my son and make sure he is good every day, clean, changed, fed ECT, but I feel like just doing the basics isn't enough. I try to teach him and stuff, but I don't know, I feel like I'm not doing good enough. I'm in therapy and have been with my therapist since my early 20s. It's helped so much, but I haven't had an appointment recently, and even with therapy it's hard. It doesn't take away from the pain. My coping has been very poor recently. If you read my giant text wall, thank you so much. I really hope that you will have a good day. Take care. I never wanted kids. Had a 6-figure job before I was even 30. Promising promotion. Great job with a yearly bonus of up to 6 months. Then I had the accident. Decided to keep it due to family pressure because my boyfriend was nearing his 40s. Age gap of 10 years. Had a shotgun marriage and went through bouts of severe prenatal depression. Prenatal depression stemmed from my conflicts of having a child I wasn't expecting, as well as fear of my now uncertain future. It was the most difficult 9 months of my life, but thankfully had psychiatrists who were able to help me with some medication. Then voila, most beautiful baby girl. I love her with all my heart and can't imagine life without her. Thankfully my depression subsided after I delivered my daughter. As for my job, my promotion didn't happen. I moved to another industry that pays me much better, but the scope is the same. Well, can't complain much, at least they pay me well. But I compensate by establishing 2 side companies that I'm building, so I can eventually resign from my day job and have more flexibility to manage my role as a mother and still maintain my own personal income. Motherhood is a constant limbo between resentments, guilt, and overwhelming love. I guess I wanna have it all, a high-flying job, my 6-figure income, and also be a present mother, but being a mother means sacrificing what you want for your offspring. I'm still trying to find the balance between what I have to do as a mother and getting the things that I want though. After a little over a year with our first child and pregnant with child 2, I realized that my wife doesn't really want our kids. Part of the reason we ended up together was I saw how good she was with other people's kids, so when we got married we had a plan for everything. I also remember, now looking back, a noticeable decline in our relationship when she got her first iPhone that could access Facebook from anywhere. Looking back I wish I would have noticed this shift before having kids, but didn't. The first indicators were missing key moments like first steps. I came in from the bathroom with baby in the middle of the living room and her with her face buried in her phone completely oblivious. After that this almost obsessive fixation on getting good pics/video of baby firsts, to then walk away and not pay any more attention, to post them on Facebook. After the second child and the first one a full out toddler trying to talk to her and not getting anything. Literally coming over to me and pointing at her and yelling, "Mom, like Dad, I can't get this bee to even look at me." It has only gotten worse from there, and now that they are much older and there's a third, condom failures happen, kids. Don't fuck around. It's obvious to the kids with the 9-year-old asking specifically, why doesn't mom like spending time with us? When we are play board games or other family stuff she will come in for a picture or selfie with the activity to post and then leave. I try not to let it be obvious how much it bothers me in front of them, but I'm sure the older two know. We have talked about it several times but it never goes good, and I don't want to fight in front of them. The instant I even insinuate that she doesn't actually like having a family, but wants to have an online family, she loses it. And before anyone says it, I can't bring myself to leave as we barely make 3 kids work, one with significant special needs. With even the little bit she does, and I always think back to my own parents' divorce, which really messed up my brother and sister around the same age as my kids are now, and obviously skewed my ability to pick up on certain signs. Anyway, I'm not sure what exactly the op wants to know, but it seems to me that they feel like a constant annoyance or disruption to what she wants to be doing, which is social media 24/7, to her. Feels really good to get that out though. I feel for a lot of people on here, parents who have all these mixed emotions about kids. I'll add myself to that list. My wife and I had been trying for 3 years to have a child. We had just started down the path of IVF. When my wife fell pregnant naturally 9 months, we had a perfectly healthy baby girl. Over the first 2 years of her life, we had a few issues to check over. We suspected she was deaf. She wasn't, and just after the age of 3 we had it confirmed that she was on the spectrum, but only a mild case of developmental delay. I work from home permanently, but my hours are horrific due to the nature of my job and being the guy that follows the sun working with people from the US to China. My time with my daughter is limited because of this. My wife is amazing, and she has pretty much single-handedly raised little one, dealing with her autism, getting her assistance through Portage, arranging government support, schools, getting on the governor's board, sorting out assisted learning while at school. I honestly don't know how she does it, and the bond she has with our daughter is unbelievable. If little one is scared, wants help with something, gets frustrated because she can't do something, has a nightmare, needs help getting on and off her swing, loves that, she will call for her mum. I can be 3 feet away from her, her mum can be the other end of the house, and she'll want her mum. Dad is useful when tickles are required, or she accepts help from me on rare occasions. If she ever falls over or bangs her head, as kids do, I can have played no part in it, but I get the death stares like I deliberately put the furniture in the way. I love my daughter very much and would do anything for her to make sure she has a happy life, but in my own home, I feel like the ex-husband visiting, and I have limited time with her, with which she seems disinterested. My marriage has, in my mind, disintegrated. We live together, but every spare moment my wife has is with little one. Once she goes to bed, I want to talk, but my wife is exhausted and just does what she needs for the following day and goes to bed. I support her as best I can with this, and I do understand how hard she has it. Anyone who says being a mum isn't a full-time job has no idea what they are talking about. Do I hold this against my daughter? Yes, partially. I gained a daughter, but lost a wife and a close friend. I have this feeling we are now treading water until little one is old enough to live on her own. Then my wife and I will go our separate ways. I've often thought that, if we hadn't had a child, our marriage would be fine and there wouldn't be that delineation now of them two and me. I would give anything to be a bigger part of my daughter's life and have her trust us both equally, but it doesn't seem that way and I have resigned myself to being the financial caregiver only to them both for as long as they need. I hate myself for typing this out and putting those inner voices into words, but it's also cathartic in a way. All of these answers are cementing my decision to never have children. My mother has her first child at 22, then had me at 23. She and my father divorced when I was 2. 9 years later she had another child with a different father. When I was around 16, I used to dream of having a little baby to take care of, to dress up, and take out to parks. I used to keep thinking that a baby would be so easy to take care of, all you do is feed it and change it, right? I started looking into methods of getting pregnant via speed donor as I was never interested in having sex or any partner of any gender. Then I started looking at the costs of things. The cost of clothes, diapers, medical appointments, daycare, schools, everything. And then reality just sort of hit me. I didn't want a child to raise, I wanted a doll to dress up and show off. I have recently gotten a puppy, and she is more work than I have ever had with raising something that depends on you. Sometimes I hate how often I need to think about her needs. After my dog has grown old and passed away, I will not be getting another. I love her, but I hate how I'm almost held emotional hostage to always be looking at her and wondering, is she hungry? Does she need some fresh air? I work in a medical clinic, and I recoil inwardly when children come in. They are so noisy, often don't do what they are told, and are just annoying in general. My family keeps telling me it's different when it's your own child, and I'm like, no shit, you're then obligated to care for them no matter what. Emotional hostage. It's hard to explain to my family that I don't want a partner, I don't want a child. I just want to be left alone so I can do my own thing. Take myself to the movies, go on weekend trips by myself, plan what hobbies I can do on the weekends. If you want children, I urge you to do as much research as possible before committing. Children aren't toys. I was never anything more than an obligation to my dad. A legal responsibility he was ordered to take care of in the court of law. He never wanted me. I just got in the way of his life, and while he tried to keep that a secret from me, it showed. It was pretty fucking obvious. My father eventually started a family with a woman he cheated on my mom with. He loved that family. He became such a great father to my little half brother and half sister. Loving, caring, dependable, loyal, and responsible. He did all that while I looked on from the outside. I never really became a part of that family. I was a kid with no place to call home. I remember the moment that I realized that I would never be loved by my father the way I needed to be loved. We were getting drive-through, and it was me, my dad, and my stepsister's boyfriend. I was sitting in the backseat while I watched the two of them chop it up like they had been best friends for years. They had inside jokes, shared crazy stories about shenanigans they had gotten into. He called him dad. They had nicknames for each other, and my stepsister's boyfriend knew stories about my father's childhood that I had never heard before. Stories that you only share with people that you love and trust. I remember wanting to break down and to cry. I wanted to explode and yell and scream and then die. It hurt so bad. Except I couldn't. I would never cry in front of my dad. Not while he's having a good time. That would only ever offend him and make him more ashamed of me. His fat son that he never wanted. I didn't want to ruin their good time. That would only push him further away from me. Make him not care even more. I learned that a long time ago. That was the moment when I learned that I was nothing more than a burden to my father. That's when I learned that I would never be anything more to him than be the son he never wanted. The kid who only got in the way of his life. The son who held him back and ruined his dreams and aspirations. It's like living a half-life. Growing up, I always felt like my dad resented my siblings and I because we stood in the way of his ambitions. As someone with strong ambitions of my own, I swore that I would either never have kids or would have kids later on in life when I had already made it in my industry and had a steady income and routine. Welp. That didn't happen. My first positive pregnancy test was with a guy I'd only known for a month. Though I don't judge others for getting abortions, I didn't have the heart to do it and honestly wanted what was best for the child. I already had 2 adoptive families picked out. When I told him I was pregnant, I waited 2 months while I gauged if he was the kind of guy I wanted to raise a kid with, which he seemed to be at the time. I gave him the option of us raising her together or giving her to a family who would do a better job of raising her. He said that he would get a full-time job to support the 2 of us, so I decided to keep her. 5 years later, he hasn't held a steady job for over a year. He was a great guy when we met, and still is, but having a kid brought out both of our worst issues, and though I decided to keep working on myself, and started my own business, started, and continued, therapy, all the while taking care of our baby. He, on the other hand, for reasons I now better understand, regressed into not working, gaming for hours a day, and moving us into a frat house so one of his buddies from college could help watch the baby whenever he wanted to party it up. As an introvert, trying to raise a newborn while sharing a house with 5 brothers was a living nightmare and left me with anxiety issues while kind of destroying any personal sense of self I had, because whenever he felt overwhelmed, he would take it out on me and blame me for everything instead of taking up ownership, which was demoralizing when I was already working miles off while he refused to even update his resume. After almost 3 years of this, I moved out, got my own place with my daughter, and started working several part-time jobs to support us. She gets along with her dad really well, and he stops by to see her at least once a week, and is very good to her, but I can't expect any consistent support from him. He still gets in the habit of losing it on me when things go wrong, while not holding himself accountable. I know I can take him to court, but it would just be a waste of my own money, since even a court order couldn't help him learn how to adult. Plus, I don't want to sever any possibly connections I have with his parents, who often help me keep an eye on my daughter on the weekends, even though they strongly dislike me, because focusing on every single one of my mothering foibles and the fact that I go to therapy is easier than admitting that their son has a mental disorder that he refuses to seek help for. For the last couple of years, my day goes like this. I wake up and take care of her and find someone to watch her while I go to my part-time job. At night, I put her to bed and drink a giant cup of coffee and then work on my own business from about 11 PM to 4 AM until I can't keep my eyes open any longer. I'm constantly stressed about finances, always sleep deprived, have zero social life, even before quarantine, and moving way slower in my career than I'd like. I have high expectations for the way I treat her, and have never hit her, and do my best to be as patient as possible, but that has a high emotional toll, since she has enough energy to power Texas's power grid. It's a constant struggle to keep hustling every day, because a part of me wants to give up on my own goals, but I also know that, while that might be a relief in the short run, it would just lead to resentment for myself and for her. I'm driven to accomplish my own goals, so I can show her it's possible too. But there's so much mom guilt for not being able to give her the best or constantly pay attention to her when I'm trying to finish off chores before she goes to bed, so I can focus on the business. I love her to death, but I can't help wondering how much further I would have been, how much happier and healthier, and not tired I would have been, if I'd just gone with my first instinct and given her for adoption. I also feel guilty wondering if her life would have been better with two parents. I never would have chosen to be a single mother or for her to be raised by one. Dating is nearly impossible because if the single mom part doesn't scare them off, the fact that her dad is still part of our lives definitely does. Honestly, what takes up the most energy, beyond working, cleaning, and taking care is the amount of self-awareness I have to continue functioning daily so I don't spiral into depression or alcoholism. I love her, but I'm embarrassed at where my life is at. Single mom living paycheck to paycheck, no boyfriend, trying too hard to reach her dumb childhood dreams, to have friends or a social life. I see other women my age with kids and great careers and supportive partners, and I have to constantly talk myself out of comparing myself to them, or wondering what's wrong with me, because that just leads to me feeling like I need a drink, lol. Essentially, I feel like I'm trapped in a shadow of the life I wanted for myself, and have degenerated into a fraction of the person I used to be. I've gained patience, have a lot more mercy and understanding for others in tough situations, and can plan ahead and navigate troubles on my own. But my trust in others has decayed, since staying in touch with her dad and his parents mean I expect to be shamed and talked down to all the time. I will keep trying to control the things I can and let go of what I can't, but this isn't the life I pictured for myself or my kid. TLDR, I don't regret having her, but as a single mom and a starving artist, I'm constantly drained and ashamed that I'm not living the life I imagined for myself, and neither is my daughter. This hits a little hard because I've been realizing how unwanted I am. I mean, sure, I'm nowhere near as unwanted as some of the other people, but my dad was always at work and my mom was so obsessed with essential oils and Facebook that I needed a nanny to take care of me while they were still in the house. It made sense for my dad because he was a programmer and to keep people away from him when he was coding and stuff in his office, but all I wanted from my mom is for someone to listen to me. She rushed me when telling stories so much that I ended up having a stutter as a kid. She wasn't abusive, and she still gave me food and stuff to survive, and I had enough toys to be happy. She ended up quitting her job to take care of me and my brother more, which made me feel a lot better. But now that she's tired of me and my siblings, she started a homeschool in our house, and the slight bit of extra work she has now has been stressing her out so much that she now takes it out on me and my older brother with lots of rude comments and being just all around a huge asshole. After I maybe forget to do a chore or miss a homework assignment, she will end up insulting me and then calling my dad to complain to him, which just stresses him out. So then he is rude when he is just a better parent all around. It really bums me out sometimes, but my girlfriend has helped me out for the past few months of my mom being rude, and she was there for me years ago when I needed someone to show they cared about me. Edit sheet. After posting this, I realized how much I typed. Sorry for anyone who reads this. From experience, my parents always had a rocky relationship from as long as I can remember. My dad was a recovered addict at the age of 27 with the help of his job and rehab. By that age, he already had my older sister and I. My mom was a few years younger than him and the sweetest woman you'll ever meet. Never drank or smoked. Just amazing, but very boring for a man who loves to party and fuck at any given moment. Early on growing up, my dad would hit both my sister and I so much for any little thing. We feared his arrival. My mom said she would stay in the shower for hours to avoid him as much as she could. My dad raised me, his son, that it's always cheaper to keep her and it's okay to cheat on your wife as long as it's far away. Out ta sight, out ta mind. I remember my dad telling my mom he was taking me to the park, but we would actually go to some lady's house and they would get into the jacuzzi together while I sat in the living room alone playing with a stuffed animal smiley face she bought me. He literally gave no fucks about how we felt. He bought us everything we could ever want, and to him, he was a good dad. But in reality we didn't want material items, we wanted love. My older sister told me a few years back that before our little sister was born my dad used to lay in bed with her and touch her. I remember seeing them lay together as a child, but I didn't know right from wrong. Me and my sister are both addicts. I've been sober for 1 year now, but it's hard. I can't say the same for my sister. We had her sister, and when she came everything changed. My dad got better, but it didn't last. My mom and sisters literally feared my dad daily, and to this day, it's like they can't live life without him. He's brainwashed them. By the time I was starting high school they were already filing for divorce, because turns out my dad had a girlfriend who was younger than my older sister. This girl's mom showed up to my mom's job telling my mom to divorce my dad. It was too much for my mom. My dad is remarried, with 2 daughters now from that younger woman. I have 2 kids, their aunts are younger than them. My dad said he is a changed man now, and he wants to live right. He just couldn't do it for us. I don't talk to him anymore. To me, I don't have a dad. He's never said sorry for anything, and thinking back he says it's cheaper to keep her, meaning he didn't want us or my mom. But it's what was the best financial option for him. I knew deep down throughout my teens, 20s and early 30s, that I didn't want kids. My girlfriend and eventual wife seemed to be on board with this, but when we got into our 30s she started to want them more and more. For context, I'm a very independent person and a massive introvert, and love my own company. I still wasn't convinced, but she sold it to me as the next step in our relationship. I just never warmed up to the idea of being responsible for this other human and essentially being on call the 24th of July 365 for the next 20 plus years. I told her about my concerns, and she said it's normal to feel this way before you have them, that all changes when they come along. So, albeit begrudgingly, I agreed. In hindsight I should have held out and spoken to a therapist about it before I committed to going through with it. It took a while to get pregnant, but eventually it happened. All throughout the pregnancy I was nervous and apprehensive in equal measures, but she convinced me that this was absolutely normal. My daughter was born, and all my fears were confirmed. I just wasn't cut out for parenthood. I did all the jobs that were required, but I simply couldn't convince myself that this was what I wanted. I figured it'd get better / easier, but it didn't. Our daughter was healthy but very needy. In her first 2 years she never once slept through the night, and she rarely napped during the day. I was utterly exhausted, burned out, and ended up having a nervous breakdown. One day I'd spent 2 hours trying to get her down for a nap. Eventually she drifted off, so I put her down, and she woke up again straight away. It was at that point that I seriously considered putting a pillow over her face. At that point I knew I had to do something before I ended up hurting her or myself. I didn't see any way this could get better, so I left. I had to, for the sake of my sanity. I talked it through with my now ex, and we agreed that I'd support the child until she goes off to university or finishes college, but other than that I'd have minimal contact, just on birthdays and Christmas. This is an arrangement that suits both of us just fine. I now have my own place and my own independence back, and I'm 100% happier. I'm sure having kids is great for most people, but it just wasn't for me. So not really what Op asked, but could provide some different perspectives. I'm an unwanted child. I was told I was an accident and never felt love from either parent. They played ping pong with me over whose house I stayed at, and I often felt unwanted. My mum was 17 when she had me, so she done her own thing and went out partying, come home drunk, and I remember staying home on my own at a young age. My dad didn't care at all, and I was just a chore for him when he had to have me. You don't realize how much you need the love and affection growing up. I have a couple of personality disorders and many issues, even though I'm nearly 30 now. I dated a girl at 22 who had a kid by accident, and I could see the pain inside her after she told me she'd be better off without him. I remember when she was studying and trying to get a better job, the kid just wanted to play, and she snapped at him. Made me feel exactly as I did when I was young and had to leave the whole situation. I recently dated a really great girl. Like, she's a worldly, fit, funny, talented, great personality. TBH, I couldn't actually ask for more. Boy, when I say I was punching. She has a disabled 4-year-old boy with a brain tumor. He can't play alone, he can't talk, and if he falls over or knocks his head it's extremely serious. Her previous relationship with the dad split up as it was a lot of stress on both of them taking care of him 24/7. It really takes its toll on her. After our first time sleeping together she just broke down in tears. I loved both of them, but I can see what she means when she says it's too much work. He really does need round the clock care. However, it wasn't good for her mental health to keep saying how she can't cope with the kid or she'd be better off if she got rid of him, or mine to keep hearing it tbh. These are the worst answers for a 20k upvoted question I have seen. Less than 5% of people are actually answering the question. I actually have 3 kids and it's tough. I had the first kid because I thought I could handle it. She has some mild special needs, ADHD, and very mildly autistic. And after I had her, I realized I didn't want another because of how much work it was and didn't think I could do a good enough job. My wife wanted more though and actually threatened to kill herself if we didn't have another. She wasn't serious, but I gave in anyway. The third was an accident. I got a vasectomy after that. Honestly, it's like having a job you don't like, but you have to show up anyway for the paycheck. You may get really annoyed at your customers sometimes, but other times it's rewarding being able to take care of them with a smile. I have to put them to bed every night and get up with them every morning, and I'm sick of it, and I never feel like I get enough sleep. I have tried to teach them to make themselves breakfast, but the 4-year-old still needs help. The house is pretty messy. I can clean one room at a time, but by the time I get to the next room, the first room is starting to fill with toys again. The pandemic has been rough as we have been keeping them home from school for a year now. Teaching them is tough when they seem to actively reject my help. I'm actively lobbying for just homeschooling the 6-year-old because he hates most of the online classes so much. It's less work to just teach him myself than to yell at him and deal with the tears and tantrums with forcing him to pay attention to his online class. He says it's too boring. I'm optimistic my answer will change once we can send them to day camp this summer. They are much more tolerable in small doses. And they are obviously lonely with barely being able to see any friends for a year. Outside observers like their teachers and therapists say we are doing a great job, so I don't know if this answer is exactly in the spirit of the question. I try not to be mean to them. While I do drag them out of our bedroom and lock them out of it and yell and give them timeouts when they are bad, I never hit them. I always give them hugs and kisses and piggyback rides and play video games with them when I'm not overwhelmed with chores and work. I do love them. It's just really hard in a modern society where the parents are expected to get very little help from extended family or the government, and the pandemic made that 10x worse. Both my parents are low-life drug addicts who decided to have 8 kids. Me being the youngest boy with 3 younger sisters. With a gap of 2 years between me and my closest older brother, they moved out at 18 before shit really hit the wall. Now I'm the youngest man in the family, and being the breadwinner of my situation, I take care of all my little sisters. I know it's not my responsibility, but going through CPS and foster care when my parents were tweaked out when I was younger stole my youth. I grew up very fast at 14 to 16 when my older siblings moved on, and I was left to deal with all the problems my parents created. I would really like to move on. I'm making great money and have a wonderful girlfriend I would like to move in with. Sadly, I can't take myself to leave my little sisters to the same environment I grew up with. So now I'm 19 making 6 figures and getting ready to buy a 4-bedroom so my sisters have a safe haven when my parents inevitably give up on their situation per usual. Although I despise the victim mindset my parents have and wish I could have been a kid for longer and not get into so much trouble as a teenager because of home life problems, I feel wise beyond anyone my age and am far more successful with the pressure of my sister's well-being resting on my shoulders. I used to be susceptible to giving up on myself, but world flipped upside down when I realized they would deal with the same issues I always did if I left like my other siblings. I love my parents. I hate the ignorance and victim mentality, but I attribute a lot of my own growth and success to the constant pressure of a dysfunctional household. I said I never wanted kids. My girlfriend, who I love, got pregnant by accident and decided to keep it. I went through almost unbearable amounts of depression and anxiety from the moment I found out she was pregnant until my baby was about 6 months old. It was true hell compared to everything else I've been through in life. My wife has always been rather chronically ill, and because of that I did about 80% of the work for the first 6 months. We had also just moved across the country and the pandemic hit the same month my daughter was born, so we really didn't have any help. To anyone reading this who is pregnant or planning on having kids, it takes more than just 2 people to care for an infant. You need help. Anyway, my kid just turned 1 a few weeks ago, and I'm feeling much better about the whole thing now. I moved back in with my parents, and having other people around to watch the baby is a huge help. My wife's illness is also getting better. The hardest part is over and now I just get to enjoy my toddler. Yes, it's still hard work every day, but I'm just kind of used to it now. And the good is good enough now to outweigh the bad. Going through the trauma of an unwanted baby was really hard, and I felt a part of me die as it was happening. But now that I'm on the other side of the dark forest, I feel much stronger than before, and I do love my daughter despite thinking that I never would. As I type this, she's growling at me, pretending she's a dog, and giving me the cutest dorky smile, and I just can't imagine anything better than this warm feeling in my chest. I've experienced this so many different ways. I was the child my parents didn't want. My parents were divorced, rightly so, because my father was a raging alcoholic who cheated and was prone to violence. Despite being divorced, my mom got pregnant with me. Then my father went to prison for 4 years, after which they remarried because she has zero self-esteem, I guess. She was so depressed she could barely function. When I was growing up, I became skilled at avoiding my father's verbal abuse, and I counted myself lucky he never hit me like he did my older siblings. I grew up with all kinds of issues with men, and now I seem to attract control freaks. Seriously, if you're a miserable asshole, don't have children. I had an unplanned pregnancy. When I was 23, I decided to keep the baby even though I was terrified. I think I just wanted to experience what real love was. I don't regret having him, but I wish I'd been older, because one of the big coping mechanisms that got me through childhood was learning to focus on myself and whatever I needed at any given time, which means I'm kinda selfish as an adult. I don't mean to be, it's just a pattern that I developed as a child. So, because I didn't have a good example of healthy parenting from own parents, I studied. I read every book and magazine article I could find about babies and parenting techniques because I was so scared that I wouldn't love my child. After the birth, I had postpartum depression that went untreated, and, in hindsight, I think I got through those first years mostly on willpower. I lost a child. My second was planned, and it was everything I'd wanted. You know how you just get someone without having to try? Well, that was my second child. We were just always in sync, and I was the mom I'd always wanted to be. Until, at 2, he was diagnosed with a rare cancer. I feel like I ran a 4-year marathon to try and keep him alive, and then I collapsed when we lost him. I retreated so far into myself that I didn't have room for anything else, even my oldest child. During that time, his father was letting his parents care for our oldest, and, well, they took a lot of liberties and essentially treated him as if he was their child. I regret that I didn't have the energy to stop it from happening. I had another surprise pregnancy. I love my child. She's the boy that keeps me from sinking into the darkness. But, I feel like I'm not the parent she deserves. She's dramatic and high-strung, but also very talented and even pretty sweet on occasion. I'm older, so I have more patience, but I also have more emotional shrapnel than most, so bonding with her isn't the easy thing up I had with my second child. It's been work. It's still work. I love her, I do, but that love is also swimming around with all the grief and regret, and I feel like I'm just treading water most days. That's not what I wanted for myself, and it's not what I wanted for my children. This is my husband. We have been together for almost 9 years, and I have 4 children from my first marriage. When I found out I was pregnant, the expectation was that I'd get an abortion, but I just couldn't do it. It's ruined our marriage. He views it as a massive betrayal, resents me for it, and resents all of the kids. He takes no joy in parenting, and he hates all of us for taking away his free time. Our daughter is 1, and she loves her daddy, but I worry that she will instinctively know that he never wanted her. All I can think about is how I ruined his life. He should have never gotten involved with a single mother in the first place, and I wish I could take it all back. I love him so much. My kids love him, but he no longer loves us. Every day is heartbreaking. We only see him a few days every other week because of his work schedule. We live apart already. He used to tell me I was beautiful. He used to leave little notes for me and things like that. He used to set aside time to play with the kids and think up things for them. Now he can barely stand to look at me. He gives me the silent treatment and withholds affection. My love language is touch. The thought of sex with me disgusts him. He insinuates that I'm a bad mother anytime he's the one who has to do something for the kids. He won't divorce me. His family would be ashamed of him if they knew that he resents being a father. So he just keeps pushing me farther and farther away. He can't find happiness in anything and treats the kids like an inconvenience. They know, the older ones. They know he doesn't like them, but they love him and they try so hard to get affection from him. They always ask me when he's coming next, and I'm dreading the day I will have to tell them he's not coming anymore. I love my kids so much. I love our precious daughter and wouldn't trade her for anything, but it's such a complex thing that I can love her this much and regret her so much. I hate myself for loving him. I should have let him go a long time ago. My heart is broken and it's the greatest regret of my life. He wants nothing more than to be rid of us, and I've ruined his life. He will never forgive me. I was the unwanted kid. I was the, technically second, product of meant to be short fling between my mom and dad. My mom wanted to get an abortion, but my dad convinced her not to, claiming that since she got pregnant again after the first abortion it's clearly meant to be, and my traditional grandparents pressured her to marry him, because out of all her boyfriends at the time he was the most stable one. So they got married and had me. I think at first she just tried to make the best of the situation, treat me like a doll or something. I used to get ignored a lot. She'd sit in front of a computer all day looking at dream homes or inspiration. Even simple things like just asking her to make me something to eat was a hassle. Usually would take hours until she'd budge. By the time she would, she'd complain I'm too demanding. I learned basic things like getting food and drink for myself at home pretty young. I'd get sent to fetch things from the supermarket at 10 PM at night at 8 years old. Only way I got money or anything I wanted was if it was birthday/Christmas, and in terms of just general pocket money I had to go to the shops and recycle all the cans and bottles we accumulated over the week. The only time she'd really pay attention to me was when she'd buy me cute girly clothes, which I hated, so she could dress me up, or fix my hair, or put makeup on me for school photo day. For birthdays she loved doing all the planning and cute, girly decorating, but hated the actual parties. But once I started getting a little older and didn't want to be dressed up, just wanted to dress normally, I got ignored more, and we started fighting a lot more. When I was 10 my brother was born and it's been night and day difference since. My parents divorced shortly after he was born and my mom, my brother and I moved to Australia. Despite working a bunch, she'd make time for him after work and spend time with him. I was lucky to get a conversation out of her that wasn't a demand to do chores. She pays attention to what he likes and what he would enjoy. I still have to remind her constantly that I won't be into the same things she liked when she was younger. She's super picky about what kind of schools my brother will go to. When we first arrived here, she just put me in the same school as all my cousins were at, and I hated it. Then for high school she just sent me to the closest one cause it was easier. My mom was picky about which primary school my brother would go to. She was almost completely ready to send him to a new one when my brother mentioned he was getting bullied when he was younger, and she's considering sending him to a private school for high school. I had to fight and argue to even get basic school necessities and requirements when I was in school. Yesterday we went full on shopping for my brother's school camp that's coming up, whilst I'd have to pay for my own school excursions. She buys him a ton of stuff at a whim, and for birthdays/Christmas he has no problem asking for expensive gifts like consoles. Meanwhile the most expensive birthday gift I ever got was a small drawing tablet, like $80 at the time. When I was 14, after months of begging and her boyfriend at the time calling her out for her very apparent favoritism to my brother, she was just planning to get me a cheap handbag, which her boyfriend knew then I definitely wouldn't use. I don't blame my brother at all. OFC. He and I are super close, and now that I'm an adult my mom's and I's relationship is better. But whenever anyone asks about us, I'm honest in saying our relationship works best when she treats me like a roommate/friend. I've never really seen her as a mother. I heard growing up too from grandparents and relatives alike that my parents never should been parents since they clearly didn't want me. Seeing all these comments from others honestly makes me feel a little reassured in my decision to not have kids unless I'm 100% certain I want them with the right partner. Unwanted kids can tell if they are unwanted. I'd much rather not have kids than just having them cause I feel like I have to. I want to start this off by saying that I never felt that children were for me. I just don't have the disposition or patience. Not even using a throwaway. So I have a child that I didn't want with a woman who did, along with wanting me, who I'd gone on a handful of dates with. We didn't marry, I hardly knew her, and to call our relationship acrimonious would be kind. There's child support and custody issues. It's been stressful, and there's a lot of PTSD and negative association with the baby. He's 2 years old next month actually, and is in my living room playing with toys in his last hour of our bi-weekly visitation weekends. I didn't want him. I don't want him, to be honest. But none of that is his fault. And so I do my duty, and I'm responsible and take him. Most of the time the visits are fun, and once in a while they are really stressful. When I have him, it's a nice enough time, but when he's not around all I'm thinking about is that every other weekend is a weekend of mine lost. I often think about moving across the country and being a FaceTime dad. I'm already contributing 100% of his financial support. Mom's unemployed, quit her job to live off the child support, but he really does need me around. Mom's already in trouble with CPS. That's a story I won't go into, and is going through the motions to regain her half of the custody. In the meantime he lives with his maternal grandma. So what is it like? It feels like a burden. It's energy going out that doesn't replenish. There's less reward, I imagine, than enjoying time with a child you wanted. I show him as good as a time as I can. We went to the aquarium today, and that was a hit, and now he loves Finding Nemo. But all I'm doing secretly is counting down the time till 6 PM on Sunday. My family knows this. My girlfriend knows this. And sometimes I wonder if I'm being responsible out of fear of their own judgment. I just keep reminding myself that he's an innocent party in this situation and it's not his fault. So I try to do my best, even if I don't want to. That's what responsibility means, after all, right? Finally, I want to say he's a good-natured and fun little kid, all things said. I don't know if that was a good answer to the question, but it's as honest as I can be. TLDR, it sucks, but what are ya gonna do? Edit, one thing I forgot to mention. When things get difficult, it's a lot easier to lose your cool with a child you never wanted. I mean, there's no winners in an argument with a toddler as it is, but when you never wanted the child in the first place, much shorter fuse. I really have to stay on top of that. And I pray, when he's verbal and older, I never say how I really feel. I was unplanned. Now I'm almost 51. I can reflect back to my past and identify how my mother expressed her frustrations with me as far as my earliest memory to present. She never wanted a third child. Not sure what came first, the chicken or the egg type of scenario. Either I was a black sheep naturally, or I was subconsciously reacting to her treatment of me. Either way, I remain the black sheep of the family, in spite of my above average achievements. Now, she is 77 and had a fall down the stairs late January 2021, breaking her neck, and now she is quadriplegic. There is no denying her preference to my older siblings over me. I'm fine with that. I left town at age 30 and never considered moving back. Things have been less stressful with her and me while we are apart. Things always come up when we are together. Don't get me wrong, she was fair with most things between my siblings and I. She really has been a good mother. I wonder how I would have turned out had I not been an accidental pregnancy. Had I experienced the great mother my older siblings got. Here it is, the end of her life nearing in a most obvious way. She has a couple years left at best, and I don't feel sad like normal people would. Like my brother and sister who are so devastated. I just really hope she doesn't pass anywhere near the date of my son's birth and the date of his death. I don't want her to overshadow a loss that meant much more to me than the loss of her will be. I love her. I know she loves me. but it's pretty clear there's an equal level of hate. Last thought, if you are an unexpected parent, keep in mind the subtleties you aren't even aware of that confuse the child. That confusion turns into behaviors that may or may not be good. The parents in a conflict destroys the parent as well. There's gotta be a better way. My mom always said I was a wanted child because my aunt was pregnant and she wanted to give my cousin a friend. Reading between the lines of who she really is, then that translates to I wanted to steal the attention from your aunt. Even with that, my mom never shied away from telling her 4 kids that the reason she treated her youngest like the GC was because she actually loved his father. The father of my brother molested me, made me watch from a closet while he rapped my mom. Same house, different closet when he was molesting my 15 at the time sister. What a stand-up guy. Makes you think my dad had to have been horrible. She would always tell us she didn't like her first husband who was father to the other 3 of us. We didn't get the full story of why she seemed to not care about us and definitely hate my dad until about 10 years ago when the skeleton came out. My sister, the oldest, wasn't my dad's. The story goes that my mom loved my sister's dad and went to tell him about my sister. Mom says the guy wanted nothing to do with her. He told my sister a different story once they met. Mom left heartbroken and went to a restaurant she waitressed at and my dad was there. He was her regular and had been asking her out, but she didn't want anything to do with him. She vented to him about what had just happened and how she was afraid of my grandparents' 1975 unwed mothers were still being looked down on. So my dad proposed. So after the news about my C's coming out, the real story came out. My sister was an accident. My brother between us was because my dad forced her to give him a child of his own, and I was a plan for her attention grab. Force as in manipulate, not rap. My mom had plenty of opportunities to give us to our dad or relatives that actually wanted us because they loved us. Instead, she chased away and forbid certain relatives. She played us, still does, against each other. She knew after a certain point that I was being molested and more, but even though they were divorced by the time she found out, she still sent me with him every other weekend, as if he were my dad. There's one relative of the ex-stepdads who insists she told my mom what he was, and that she tried to tell her something was going on with me way back when it first started, when I was 4. I like to think she didn't, but like for a fact, that at 7 she knew, and she didn't give a f. For the record, her excuse she gave me years later, when he tried to rap me as a teen, and I told her was, that she couldn't put him in prison because, drumroll, GC needed his father and she needed that 150/MO for child support. Also for the record, I'm 100% certain the only reason she kept us kids was for the child support point, and yes, my dad paid child support for a child he knew wasn't his. While my dad has his faults, she never did produce a credible story about why she hated him. I think it was resentment. She married the safety net. Edited for a couple of autocorrects. It was hard. I felt evil. I took custody of my still children for a short time. I loved them. I still love them. I do not like them. I knew it was not a good idea, but both CPS, my husband, my stepkids, the kids themselves, and their mother begged me. I was unhappy and uncomfortable in my own home. The kids, teens, were rude, cruel to animals, destructive, volatile, and violent. They stole, lied, drank alcohol, and snuck out. Their mother kept showing up intoxicated. My marriage fell apart, and I know they are kids. I know it isn't their fault what their parents did to me, an affair, stealing from me, physical domestic abuse, nor their own mental limitations, but I resented them. I will feel guilt forever for not keeping them, but I was not helping them. I couldn't. I did not have the skill, knowledge, or support to raise 3 volatile teens who are well onto the path of continuing the generational cycle of drug abuse, homelessness, addiction, and never putting down roots. I wanted to show them what a normal life was like, but they rejected it. They wanted to stay with me because they still had all the freedoms they had with their mother, but what they needed was a real foster home with adults who are not family who could help them. They are still in and out of care, and most foster parents will only keep them for a month, maybe 2, before they request the state remove them. Like I said, I love them, but I do not like them. This is pretty much how my family views my brother. He is functioning autistic, but is not by any measure capable of being independent. At 17 years old he cannot place a dirty dinner plate at the sink, unless my mom hooked mess to the sink, to tell him exactly where to place it. He is simply incapable of determining how to interact with Euclidean geometry, and perform many tasks that we see as simple. He couldn't put on a pair of pants until he was 13. He couldn't wipe his own ass until 14. But he can drive too, and from school just fine. He's in advanced courses, and will graduate high school with a 2-year degree in cybersecurity. That same trained professional can't turn on an oven or set the shower to a comfortable temperature. He will have to live the rest of his life with a caretaker. He is the most academically intelligent person I have ever met in person short of myself, being on the spectrum as well. He could bring home a 6-figure salary in this economy easily, but could never be self-sufficient on that wage. For all of his merit, he's a faking massive pain in the ass, and has cost me my life. I will never be able to move out, because as my parents age the responsibility to care for him falls onto my shoulders. I'll never get married. I'll never be able to travel. I'll never be able to go to parties, or make good friends, and I hate him for that. I would never say it to his face, but he has killed me. He has taken my birthright. I got my girlfriend in the summer after my senior year of high school. My girlfriend was a junior. We decided to keep the baby and I changed my plans to attend a university 4 hours away and instead went to a community college 9 miles away. My daughter was born during finals of my freshman year and had colic. She screamed for 3 weeks and I have never been more sleep deprived. I was able to do pretty good on my finals though. I was lucky because I had a college fund from my parents. And I got a full scholarship. We broke up when our daughter was a month old. We just traded off having the baby every other day, and we bought diapers for us to use individually, and split costs on clothes and doctor visits and pictures. After I finished community college I enrolled at the private college in my hometown. It was very expensive, but my dad worked there, and I got 82% off of tuition. I also got a $1,000 a semester scholarship. That covered my tuition. I also worked 20 hours a week and had my college fund to pay for my living expenses. I graduated from that college. It took me an extra semester and my college fund had run out. My last semester was student teaching, and I decided not to work another job so I could focus on my teaching. I got $11,000 in student loans to cover my tuition and living expenses. When I graduated I got a job at a cellular phone store. This was 1997, which ended up being pretty good money. We went to court to work out an official custody deal in which her mother got residential custody, and I had my daughter every Wednesday until 9 p.m., and every other weekend, and on rotating holidays. I had her more in the summer as well. Her mom was with the same guy since we broke up, and they lived together and eventually got married, and had 2 more kids. I had many relationships and even lived with a few women, but I did not get married until I was 39 and my daughter was 21. She actually got married before I did. I never had any other kids. I got a job at the community college I went to as an academic advisor. I paid $250 in child support. This was in 1997 until 2007. When my daughter was 12 her mom and stepdad got a divorce. My daughter and her mom started to butt heads and were not getting along at all. She asked if she could live with me. I gave up my 1-bedroom apartment and rented a 2-bedroom house and my daughter, now 14, moved in with me. I have her a cellular phone and told her she had better answer it whenever I called. She was pretty independent and got herself up for school and her mom would give her a ride to school the first 2 years. She would also go eat dinner at her mom's every night as she only lived 5 blocks away. When my daughter was 16 I bought her a used car and she became even more independent. Her senior year I met the woman who became my wife. My daughter moved out as soon as she graduated and got a job 45 miles away in the nearest big city. I got married 2 years later. I'm divorced now. My daughter is 27 now and thriving. She is still single and lives alone, but she has a good job and she wants to get married and have kids. I never wanted to have kids and I certainly did not want to have her. But now I am, of course, very happy with how things turned out. She is my only child and I'm 46 and have a vasectomy, so I won't be having any more. We talk on the phone once a week and I see her once a month or so. Her stepdad was with her mom since she was 3 months old, so she considered both of us her dad. Her stepdad died of cancer 5 years ago. She misses him and was probably closer to him than she was to me. But we are close enough and we can talk about anything. We are only 18 years apart in age and we like a lot of the same things. Star Wars, superhero movies, good restaurants, some of the same music. We also will watch the same shows on Netflix and Amazon Prime. I do think about what my life might have been if we did not have her. I would have gone to the university and had the same major. I think I would have stayed in the area around the university to work my career in teaching. I may have eventually looked for work even farther away in another state with a bigger city. I think I would have gotten married a lot younger. I do not know if I would have had kids or not. I always said if I met a woman that wanted kids I would have won. But ideally I would have met a woman who did not want kids. Instead I never left my hometown. I dated and even lived with a few women, but did not get married until after my daughter has been gone for 3 years. I now live alone in a 1-bedroom apartment with a cat, who I love very much. But I do fantasize about the life I could have had if I didn't become a father at 18. This will probably get buried, but I can only speak as a kid who wasn't wanted and knew it. I have so much sympathy for all of the parents here who have kids and have resorted to fake it till you make it. You have no idea how much better that is for the child, and as someone who I know couldn't do the same for my own kids, hence why I don't have any. I have so much respect for all of you. I was born to a mentally ill mother who never wanted kids. She's a narcissist, sociopath, bipolar and Lord only knows what else is going in that messed up, drug-induced brain of hers. She told my biological father that she had a miscarriage because they both cheated on each other, and even after she, actively against my consent, told my dad that I was, in fact, alive and living with her brother, who was my legal guardian, because she gave up parental rights when I was 17, so that they could surprise me for my 18th birthday. I couldn't bring myself to want anything to do with him. I was far too damaged, having grown up with my mom's abuse, not to mention that of the men she brought into our lives, and I was healing. I couldn't try to build a connection with a stranger I never wanted to meet. He tried, but it was obvious we weren't family, and with everything else going on I ended up blocking all communication from him. Years later, once my mom was out of the picture, I reconnected and apologized. I explained that I wasn't ready. He explained that part of the deal in meeting me was a paternity test. He seemed genuinely apologetic that he had to tell me directly, and I had no issue in taking one. Results came back. He's my dad. He doesn't know me. I don't know him. I'm 29 now, and can honestly say I have a way better connection with him than I do most of my mom's family. He's never once told me he loves me, but he's there. Even when I'm absent, he'll message me at least once every other week to ask how things are going and when I'm available to chat next. We talk about surface level issues like current events, politics. Thank God we share political views, his divorce, how things are going with the siblings I don't have a connection with. When his mom died, he explained to me that she didn't know about me, that none of his family does, and he seemed genuinely remorseful in that. I told him I don't mind. I've had too many fake relationships in my life, and if I'm honest, I don't really care about meeting his family. It was one of the most honest and raw conversations I've ever had, and it was so refreshing. We don't pretend our relationship is something it's not. He's my dad, I'm his daughter, and that's the end of it. We don't pretend to have a connection that doesn't exist. Maybe it will over time, but I'm fine with what it is, because at least it's real. To all the parents that are just doing their best being there, I really, truly commend you. It's okay to not have that connection, and it's okay to admit that you don't, but the important part is that you're present and you're trying. Being there is the absolute best thing you can do for your kid, regardless of connection. I grew up with the fake love of a parent who wouldn't show up when it mattered. Now I have a parent who doesn't love me, but shows up. I so much prefer the latter. Keep doing your best. Keep being there. I'm rooting for you. I have 4 kids. I only plan for the last two. They're 4 and 1, and they're pretty cool. The 4-year-old is autistic, and there's something up with the 1-year-old, but we don't know what. She's tiny and delayed in a lot of ways, so her doctor has her seeing all kinds of specialists to see what is up with her. My first kid is 14. He has diabetes, and I'm pretty codependent with him, but he lives with his dad right now for distance learning. The second, I loathe. I love her, but I'd be happy to send her to her dad and only see her a few times a year. She used to live here full time and go to him on weekends, but now we switch school years and summers. When she was a baby I liked her alright, but over time she has gotten worse and worse. I'm fairly certain she's autistic and maybe ADHD. I think she's dyslexic. I can't get her school to perform any tests on her. I've been asking since she was in kindergarten and she's in 5th grade now. She is impossible to be around. She wrecks everything, cannot function in the most basic ways. I have had to cut mats out of her hair because she won't brush it. She is radically honest, she never lies, not even if it's to spare someone's feelings or preserve herself. So she's just unpleasant to be around. Also, she's going through puberty and she won't wear deodorant, so she stinks quite literally. I want to love her. I want to be a good parent to her. She clearly craves that affection and connection with me, but I just don't want to deal with her. I feel so guilty and awful about it. How do you look your child in the face, this kid you chose to have, nobody forced you, and not want to be around them? I wanted children. I feel fortunate in that I waited until I was emotionally ready to have children. In particular, I wanted a son. My son is also autistic. I don't hide it. But us parents will never say we wanted an autistic child. We don't ask for the meltdowns. We don't ask to have therapists be our main social circle or the special ed teachers. We don't ask for the educational struggles because our children's brains are wired differently. We don't ask for IEPs and parent-teacher conferences because the teacher finally notices how special our child is. We don't ask for having to one-on-one support our child through almost every task because they need to be explicitly taught how to do it, and even minor, you should have picked up on it tasks. I definitely didn't ask to be a helicopter parent, not because we are the only qualified person who can raise our child, but because not hovering will uninvitedly lead to something going wrong somewhere. We don't ask for the very real possibility that our child will have to have lifelong financial and social support, or that a group home is a very real option in order for them to live on their own. For my son, he may need a full-time life coach just to become successful as an adult. At times, I feel fortunate. My child is high functioning, which means that in theory, he could live a somewhat normal life. However, I think he will always need to live with someone, not just for financial support, but for getting through life support. I've learned to take joy in very simple tasks, attending a virtual class, doing an assignment, letting him figure out fare in a reasonable way, having him help with chores without him pitching a fit, because I disturbed his routine, that he remembered his hygiene routine without prompting, that he remembered to change his clothes regularly, and so many other tasks that those with normal children would never have to entertain the thought of experiencing. Raising an autistic child is something that I never wanted, planned for, or asked God for. At times, I wonder, as a single woman, who in the hell would want to join me in my craziness? I feel envious of those whose children excel academically, or in the sports department. Yes, I feel blessed that I didn't get a kid who loves sports, or is active in various clubs, so therefore I'm not in the soccer mom camp. I secretly look down on people who aren't tied to raising children, and wish I could be one of them someday. Single dads who choose to not be an active part in their children's lives especially. Throwaway account here. Not that I think people who know me would find this, but I'd rather be safe than sorry. And I'm sorry this is a long one, please feel free to ignore it, but it's good to vent this out to people who may understand the crap that a father tricked into having a child goes through. I was a 16-year-old boy who ended up having a drunken fling with a long-term friend who I knew had a thing for me. Despite being really drunk, I made a point of saying no initially because I didn't have any protection on me. After a lot of reassurance from her that we were safe because she was on the birth control pill, we hooked up. Cue short, while later I was told she was pregnant. I was crushed. I was a kid with my whole life ahead of me and had just been told that I was about to be a father with someone who I didn't want to be with, let alone have a child with. But despite my heartache, I told Sarah, obviously not her real name, that I would make sure that I would be there for our kid no matter what, and that somehow everything would be okay. After a few weeks of me insisting that I wasn't going to be with Sarah as a partner and that we'd have to co-parent separately, she turned nasty. I started hearing word that she was telling everyone that I had promised to be with her forever and had suddenly got cold feet because she was pregnant. That I had taken advantage of her when she was drunk and her guard was down, when in fact quite the opposite was true, and that I'd told her I wanted nothing to do with her or the baby. All lies, but at the time, and in such a small community, nobody believed the young soon-to-be father when it came the truth surrounding a baby. Sarah became more hostile as time went by, and I continued to affirm that we wouldn't be together. I didn't love her, and I didn't want to be with her as a couple, but I'd be there for the little one. This only made Sarah angrier and the rumors grew worse, but it wasn't until Sarah's best friend came to my door shortly after that the crap really hit the fan. Her best friend knocked on my door late at night and stood there crying, telling me that she thought it was only fair that I knew what Sarah had done. She told me that Sarah had planned all along to fall pregnant as she really wanted a kid, and since she had a soft spot for me, it was her mission to get me to impregnate her. When she spotted me drunk walking home past her house one night, she took her chance, offered me inside for a coffee, and then as things progressed, deliberately lied about being on the pill knowing that this was her best chance of falling pregnant and having me be in her life. I was destroyed. I'd called Sarah a friend since we were young kids, and she'd deliberately lied to me to fall pregnant. I didn't sleep that night, spending most of the time crying and hating myself for being so stupid. Then the next morning I went to Sarah's house to confront her. We ended up in a shouting match, with her finally admitting that she had lied, and it wasn't like she had done anything wrong either, because at the end of the day it would be her baby, and I wouldn't be allowed any access to it. I called her every horrible, degrading name I could think of as I stood outside her house weeping. She told me I would never get access to the kid, and slammed the door in my face. Months after a little girl was born, I wasn't allowed any access. I had no help from anyone I spoke to, and the only time I got to see her was when Sarah's mother would take my daughter out for a walk, and would secretly come to see me. She knew what her daughter had done, and didn't condone it at all, and defended me to anyone who she heard miscalling me for being an absent father. She was an amazing woman, but died shortly after my daughter's first birthday, losing me my only line of access. I fell into a crippling depression. My name was mud around the town thanks to Sarah's lies about me, and being the father everyone naturally believed that I was the deadbeat and Sarah could of course done no wrong. I hid away from the world, barely ever leaving the house as I couldn't stand the stares and questioning looks. Thank God there was no social media back then, as I can only imagine the shitstorm of gossip I would have faced. After a while of bottling things up and not being able to talk to anyone about what I was going through, I started to have suicidal thoughts. I had no life left to live. Everyone thought I was a good-for-nothing father who had abandoned his kid, and I couldn't see a future for myself that didn't involve being horribly depressed all the time. I came close to ending things, but thankfully I held back. I was too scared to do it. As my daughter grew older, I only caught glimpses of her now and again in passing, with Sarah still insistent that I wasn't allowed any access. I was now working a very low-paid job in the security sector, and was giving the majority of my pay to Sarah to help support my kid. Sarah kept demanding more and more cash from me, with always the slight promise that if I supported her more, I'd get access and my daughter would get to know who I was. Eventually it came to a point where I was living in a rented bedsit with no furniture and no heating, eating beans on toast every meal, because the majority of my money was going to Sarah. Yet still she demanded more. When I said I couldn't, she turned to the child support agency to see if they could force more money out of me. The CSA assessed me and set my payments at a far lower level than I had been paying already to Sarah directly. This drove her crazy, and she demanded that I make up the shortfall or I would never get access. By this point my daughter was now 7 years old. I'd never had official access, and I realized that Sarah was never going to change her stance if I kept playing along. So I told her that, unless I got access, she would only ever get the mandated amount from the CSA. After some back and forth arguing, I finally had access, but limited at best. My daughter finally got to meet her dad properly, but we had no bond there to build from. She never really warmed to me, despite coming to stay with me for holidays here and there, and as she grew older she only got in touch if she was looking for money. She's in her late 20s now, and I rarely ever hear from her, and as much as it pains me I understand. I wasn't there for her as a girl, and she has grown up not really knowing much about me because of that. I understand it's all hard for her, and I've never told her what her mother had done to me as it's not my place to miscall a parent, but deep down I wish we had had that bond as she grew up. And her mother? There's not a day that goes past that I don't wish the absolute worst upon her. My hate for that woman is what fueled me through a lot of my darkest times, and I just wish that I could expose her evil publicly to the world without everyone assuming I was just a bitter, wayward father trying to pass the buck. Again, I'm sorry for this being a long tale. It's been pretty cathartic sitting here writing this all down. And if you've made it this far through, thank you for reading. I never wanted either of my children. I married young, 15, because I was groomed and seduced by an older man, 25. I was promised I could finish school, go to college, and he would take care of me. My family was pretty neglectful and absent, so I thought my life would be better with him. Fast forward 1 year after marriage, and it turned out he was abusive. Huge surprise, right? He kept me locked at home and took away my birth control. I eventually became pregnant, but was not ready, nor wanting to be a parent. I fell into depression. I gave birth to a son in February 9 months later. Fast forward 2 more months, and he was finally agreeing to me having a part-time job because of finances. I worked there for 2 months, and then one evening was wrapped by a car walker when we closed up together. I didn't tell my husband, because he would have blamed me and beaten me, so I hoped for the best. Turns out the best didn't happen, and I became pregnant. I now was in full depression, and suffered anxiety and PTSD. My second pregnancy gave me another son in January. I forgot to mention that my rapist's family sued me for custody during my pregnancy, which meant my husband eventually found out anyway, and accused me of cheating, because I hadn't told him what had happened. I divorced 4 years into the marriage, at the ripe old age of 19. Went to live on my own in a studio with my sons. So, neither of my children were wanted, and I couldn't bring myself to enjoy them. Aside from my mental problems I felt guilt, because I didn't seem to have that maternal feeling everyone talks about. Everything required felt like a chore and a burdensome reminder of the bad choices I had made, and the hideous men I had encountered. My oldest son, we'll call Drew, turned out to have severe mental issues and type 1 diabetes. My youngest, Eric, is severely autistic. My life turned into automatic movements providing care for both sons, battling their issues, battling my own issues, and fighting my ex. Did I mention he was also a horrible co-parent? We all made it through the years going through the motions. I did everything required of me, and did my best to provide and give them a supportive and happy childhood, something I had been denied from my own parents, and from getting married early. My sons are adults now, 32 and 30, and I have a grandson. Drew and I had a falling out in his 20s, when he robbed his grandparents. I do not enjoy his company, and he is insufferable and basically a repeat of his father. Eric is pretty independent, but lives with me, and may do so for life. I have some feelings for him, but it is more on the level of caretaking than endearment. I've worked with a therapist for 16 years, and I do my best to get those feelings, but they just don't come. I just never wanted children, and then to have 2 children dumped into my life against my will made it even worse. To answer the original question, it is soul-sucking and heartbreaking for me to have had children I didn't want. I and my children were robbed of feelings that seem like they should come natural to willing parents. I felt, and feel, obligated to perform and provide, but beyond that it has never brought me joy. I don't get excited to see them after I've been away, nor do I long to spend time with them. Eric and I have developed a decent relationship, and he thrives in my care, but again, it feels like an obligation. I wouldn't recommend having children if you feel reluctant. And I don't mean scared or unprepared, I mean truly reluctant with no desire to have a little shadow and a lifelong responsibility. Seek therapy and make yourself whole before you birth a human into this world, or maybe decide if children are even for you. I know I haven't been the best parent. I'm certain I had PPD after almost 6 months of my son being born. It's been difficult trying to essentially create the same feelings that I used to have when he was first born. I get more frustrated easily. I want to scream. What would that solve? He's only 3. I don't so much regret having him. I regret having my husband as the father. My husband promised himself that he wanted to be a better father than his biological and non-ones have been. In some ways, he has fulfilled that promise. He hasn't left the family. He has a full-time job. He hasn't abused our son. On the other hand, he avoids almost any and all activities involving our son. He rarely wakes up on the weekends to make and feed him breakfast. He won't consider taking him to the park, do arts and crafts, teaching time or play with his toys. Trying to get him involved in his bedtime routine is like brushing his yup teeth. What does he end up doing? Playing video games and or watching shows, usually all day on the weekends. I've confronted him ever since I started noticing close to his first birthday. He always blamed someone or something. You're a SAHM, so he won't like me as he clings to you. I was deployed after he was born, so I wasn't able to imprint on him. My schedule is too busy, and the worst, he's exactly like you. He probably regrets having him, or maybe like me, he regrets having him with me. Either way, it aches because I've seen how amazing he's been with other people's kids. He very much had the potential, which I felt comfortable saying yes to becoming a mother in the first place. It's changed so much. It's unbearable and sucks the life right out of you. 2/3 of mine I seriously could live without, and that pains me to say. No hate please. I'm just answering honestly. My kids are 5.5, 4, and 3. My 5-year-old is amazing. Lovely kid. Rarely gives me grief. My 2 boys, however, make me cry and hate my life every day. I'm 99% sure MR3 is some kind of product of the devil himself. Whenever I'm alone with my daughter, no, this isn't a gender thing, it just worked out that she's the good kid, I think, and long for all the nice things her and I could do together, but can't because of her brothers. I often think about running away, but guilt eats me alive. The boys would be fine, they have an amazing father, but my daughter wouldn't be. So I sit here day in and day out doing what I have to do to keep them alive and try not to ruin them emotionally/mentally. I hope and pray, and I'm not even religious lol, that the 3-year-old will grow out of it, but I know I'm fooling myself because he came out screaming and hasn't stopped since. Worst thing is, I begged and pleaded and made promises I couldn't keep to have them all. My now ex-husband didn't want the second, or especially the third. My second was a very difficult baby, and I kept saying the universe could never be so cruel as to give us another like T. Boy, was I wrong. It's been 1000 times worse than T. I try every day to make them feel loved and go through the motions of spending time with them, cuddling them and fixing their ouches, but every day I wish I could go back and not have them. I never wanted kids. Never liked them. I thought it would be hell. Well, it turns out my girlfriend doesn't know how to take her damn birth control, and she got pregnant. Even though she said she'd get an abortion if that ever happened, she couldn't go through with it. Might have been intentional. She was an addict at the time. Clean now. We had a special needs kid. Autism. It was really bad at first. Really bad. Most days I wished I didn't have to come home from work. He would bite, spit, hit, scratch, destroy things and just act like a hellion all the time. He was in early intervention, so they knew he was delayed a bit, but no one told us what to actually do. He had these therapists that would come to the apartment and do stuff with him, but it didn't do anything and no one had any goddamn advice other than count to 3 and put him in timeout. When I put him in timeout, he'd just have a huge meltdown. He broke a plasma TV, windows, countless mini blinds. I would regularly have to restrain him to keep him from hurting us or himself. It got so bad that we started considering if we could even keep him or if we had to I dunno, put him in a group home or for adoption or something as it was so out of control and we were so miserable. He was ruining our lives. Our relationship was really strained. We were depressed. I was suicidal. I just wanted it to fucking end. He got expelled from kindergarten. The public school couldn't handle him. He was destroying the classroom, hitting kids. I remember the final time I picked him up from there, and he was rolling in the hallway with a box of Legos, or crayons or something, and it was tossed all over the hallway. They put him in a special private school for mentally ill kids. We started calling the local mental health crisis line when he was like 8 years old. After about the third time they finally took it seriously and referred us to a psychologist for testing. After a few appointments they determined he had autism and ADHD. He went into a partial hospitalization program. Instead of being committed, he went for like 7 hours a day for 2 weeks or something. It didn't really accomplish anything though. He got into therapy and started getting medication and things started getting a little better. Then they decided, when he was like 11, that he was doing well enough, that he shouldn't be in that private school anymore. We disagreed but they probably just didn't want to pay for it anymore and sent him back to public school. It was a disaster. He hated the change and started saying he wanted to kill himself, kill other people. He didn't mean it, but the school had to take it seriously so they started putting him in a padded timeout room. Yeah. Bet you didn't know schools had those. I had to repeatedly leave work to go and get him from school. Almost lost my job. After a couple years of that shit he stopped and made more progress. Still disruptive in class, still in sped, still behind but he's 13 now and nearly a normal kid. I'll never let him know what a burden he was or that he was unwanted. We do the best we can parenting him and trying to be a normal family. When my son was born from the get-go I always wanted to protect him, do right by him, and make him feel loved, even if I didn't feel that love for him. Those moments when the baby is just born and they hand the baby over to you and all you feel is love and a strong maternal instinct. I didn't have that. In those moments, I felt as if I was looking at and holding a stranger, a strange baby that I know I just had, but somehow felt nothing for. The whole moment was surreal. So I tell myself maybe I just need to get over the fact I'm now a mother with this baby I've never been fully sure that I want. As time went by I still didn't feel anything, no love there whatsoever. I started beating myself up about it. What kind of monster doesn't love her baby? I'm such a terrible person. Once the self-wallowing in what a horrible person I'm subsided a little, I then decided to come up with strategies to try and make myself love him but none of them worked. At this point he is 6 months and I'm still determined to do right by him and make him feel loved. So my new strategy was to fake it until I made it. Whether it took a year, 2 years, 10 years or the rest of my life he was to never know about my secret. He was to always believe that his mum loved him. It felt like I had this hole and something was missing that should be filled with love for him but it wasn't. Eventually I started finding the things he does a little cute, then quite cute, but I didn't find them over joyous occasions like you see on videos. I was happy for him, but it was the same type of happy you'd be for a friend. Then eventually at 1 year old I finally found myself loving him. Yes. I finally made it, but something was bothering me. I had no idea why I felt that way. Then I decided, speak to my health visitor about it, and she said I had PND, postnatal depression, and eventually it goes away for most people. Now at 5 years old he is my everything along with his sister. I beat myself up even more about feeling the way I did because he deserved the love I couldn't give him right from the beginning and I feel awful and heartbroken that I couldn't feel that in the first year. When I look back I still have mixed emotions about it all but I wouldn't have done things differently because thankfully it worked out for me in the end. There was only a brief time where I had a child I didn't want, and that was shortly after my son was born. I felt no attachment to him one bit, and he felt like just a thing that we had in our house. It was incredibly difficult because I didn't want my wife to have to do everything by herself, including getting up at night to do feedings. We used formula, so I could do it too, but my patience was just almost non-existent, especially when I was tired. There were times when my son was crying at night and I just didn't want to deal with it, so I would give him a hug, but would purposely squeeze hard, much harder than it should have been. I would reflect back on that and just feel incredibly guilty. One time I had to tag out to my wife. We would alternate getting up, and I had to cut my turn short because I just thought I was going to lose it. I had visions of just swinging my son like a bat and hitting the wall with him. I was honest with my wife about it, and she just looked at me like I was a monster and then couldn't stand to look at me the rest of that night, which it was already around 1 am-ish, so not super long. That situation made me start looking around on the internet to see how I could feel that way and how I could be so cold-hearted towards my own son. I came to realize that fathers don't always have an immediate connection with their child, and that was what I was experiencing. I don't think it is talked about that much though, at least I hadn't heard of it before, but talking about it would have definitely helped. Knowing I wasn't alone in feeling like this would have helped. It took about 2 months before I started feeling a bond with my son. Once I felt that emotional connection, things got a lot easier. It sucked getting up during the night to feed him, but it was worth it. It was soothing just rocking him to sleep and snuggling up with him. He is 2 now, and I love him to death and really enjoy being around him. I can't provide the perspective of the parents, but I can give you the perspective from the child. I was unplanned. My parents were in a financial strain when I was born. My grandparents from my mother's side, who were relatively wealthy, who've slowly come to accept my family, opposed the marriage at first, so my parents got no financial aid whatsoever. My father worked for most hours of the day and went to frequent business trips to try to keep food on the table. My mother did private Spanish tutoring lessons for other Koreans living in Mexico at the time. Then, I came along and made things a lot more complicated. Since someone had to be at home to take care of me, my mother and father would take turns. My father went to business trips less frequently, and when he had to, our family would stay at our grandparents' home for the duration. My mother had to either stay at home or bring me along with her lessons. Luckily, I was a quiet kid, so she said that it made things easier. Things got better eventually, from not having even $3 in cash to owning a house in the US and another building in South Korea, and my grandparents opened up fairly soon after I started going to kindergarten. I wasn't told I was unplanned until I was 13. I didn't know that my mother had even planned out an abortion, but she couldn't afford it until she told me much later. But that doesn't mean I didn't pick up some hints. When I was younger, my father would often beat me after getting drunk. I was locked in dark rooms from the age of 3 to 5. I never really felt loved. I had to go out of my way to get their attention. I went from being in first place in the grade to a well-known school delinquent. This became much more apparent when my sister, who was planned, came along when I was 5. I was no longer locked in dark rooms. My father quit smoking mere months after she was born. He took a better job to provide us with a better life, or rather, my sister a better life. My father was much more lenient and attached to my sister. My sister didn't have to act out for attention. She always got it. When my mother was pregnant with my sister, I was diagnosed with type 1 diabetes, but not before I had my first diabetic ketoacidosis. My father preferred to leave a 5-year-old in a hospital bed just to see my sister. As you can imagine, I'm quite distant with my parents. At least, emotionally. I stopped trying to get their attention years ago. I've just come to accept the fact. I don't really hate or even blame them for it. I just wish they had planned things out better. I sometimes think if I didn't drain as much money as I do with medical supplies, bills, and higher education, I would have been a bit more loved. My parents got together after a one-night stand. She already had a toddler, and my mom was very religious and refused to get an abortion and always had bad reactions to birth control. I guess my dad was just stupid and didn't use protection. He ended up having 3 kids with her, I know, while rejecting her marriage proposals for 15 years and sleeping in the attics/basements of every house we moved into. My dad came from an upper middle class black family, while my mom came from a poor white family who had to run every time rent was due, and only got to eat real food once a week, when my grandma got paid. They are still together, say they love and respect each other, and were both very present and supportive to myself and my siblings. We never went without, and always felt loved. But I know my dad wished for more. I know he wanted to be successful. He comes from a long line of doctors and all of his siblings have graduate degrees and are professionals. And as much as my mom is grateful she never had to raise her family in abject poverty, I know she always wanted a romance for the books. This is a long-winded way of saying I don't think my dad wanted any of us. He probably harbors some resentment, or did. But he gave us everything. They both did, and they seem super proud of us. I think they both wanted more for themselves as individuals, but they're at least happy all of their kids ended up doing well, and their two youngest, myself and my sister, are successful and never have to struggle with money. I'm seeing a lot of really upsetting words from parents here, and I need you to know that, while you deserve the space to work through your trauma and what you're feeling, your children are not that space. I was the unwanted kid. We can tell. We can tell. Every single time you look at us and find yourself thinking about that one little thing you can't stand. Or the 10 big things. The habits you want to brush away like flies on food. And you're always more eager to take our mistakes personally. God help us if we have AD or autism or anything. If it's been diagnosed, it's a burden. Their burden. Our own conditions stop being about us when you're unwanted, but kept anyway. Anything undiagnosed could not be because of any conditions or pathology, only personal failings. You can't stop thinking about if we weren't here. We know you don't want to feel this way. We know that you don't want your lifestyle to change. We know that everything about us, our presence, the clothes we wear, the food we eat, the sheets we use, we know you can't stop thinking about them as wasted resources. Rightfully yours. We know that we stand in front of you, an amalgamation of all you gave up. And we must be grateful. Because we were kept, of course. I've not had any of this said to me. I'm constantly assured that taking me in was their choice. I really wish people would stop saying yes to kids they don't want. I know that it's not always possible. But man, I'd rather not have been anyone's than being in the custody of someone who didn't want me there. Because we can tell. And you never stop feeling like the space you take up is the wrongful redistribution of someone else's better life. I don't have kids, and I can say for certain it's because my parents never wanted us. My parents were high school sweethearts. My mother's family was getting ready to relocate, and she decided to get pregnant with me, so that way my parents would have to get married, and she wouldn't have to move. She was 16, and he was 19. This was 1977. Imagine knowing that your entire existence was because a teenager didn't want to move. Then my sister came along to save the marriage. There was always fighting. They divorced when I was 7, and sibling was 2, and from then on it was made very apparent that I ruined my mother's youth, that we always needed something, and that had she the money I would have been an abortion. My father left and married another woman. They had more kids that he was very involved in. My sibling and I were homeless, hungry and shipped around to very resentful families so our very basic needs could be met. We were blamed for not being able to take care of ourselves and needing to be raised. As children we were told this regularly, as if it was our choice to be born. As an adult I was told by a very angry resentful family member that my sibling and I got everything and their kids didn't. Yes, because clean clothes, food, and shelter really spoil a child, or that child is capable of getting basic needs met on their own at 12. Please, if you don't want them, don't have them. And please don't have them to trap a person or manipulate a person. There are lifelong struggles those kids have to deal with, and it makes for a torturous existence. Another alternative, because I don't want this linked to me. I was dating this girl for 7 months. I was about to break up with her. Red flags everywhere. She didn't value me or my feelings. She was messy as hell. We are talking moldy dishes in the sink, moldy cat poop in the litter box, so cats pee on clothes type of thing. Had 2 kids by 2 different dads, was in process of her divorce, and was a hot mess of a single mom. A solid 7 when dolled up. I had this infection almost a decade ago, and I'm like 99% infertile. I hadn't been in for a test in 2 years, but since the previous 7 years it came back with a sperm count. We are talking low thousands instead of millions. My last test in 2017 was in the hundreds of sperm. That's damn low FYI. I made sure she stayed on her birth control religiously, used NFP plus BC, should have used a condom. We had a huge fight. I was about to break up with her, figured we'd try things for a month, and had already bought tickets for a flight to the East Coast to see family etc. We have tons of makeup on vacation, have some long convos and work things out ish. We find out a few weeks later. She had been on birth control. I watched her use it. She wasn't at the ovulation point. She's pregnant. I have no idea how. I'm basically infertile. We tell no one. We discuss options. We agree on abortion. Wrong time, wrong place in our lives and relationship. Great in my head out. She doesn't schedule the apt. I remind her. She doesn't. Changes her mind. Decides to keep it. Cold turkeys her ADHD methamphetamine and antidepressant pills. Fast forward 18 months. I have a son. He's 8 months old. She lives with me because she can't function as a mother. No way in hell I'm letting her raise my son. State law precludes me from yanking him right out. I have multiple maid services refuse to service my house. Old family friend gets paid $250 a week to help out. Diapers on the floor, wherever she changed him at, just left there. Moldy food in the kitchen. I give her $2,500/month to feed the kids and pay her car insurance. She blows through it every time, without fail. I've paid off her van. She has no rent. Her phone is on my plan. She's too lazy to cook and or dashes daily. The fridge is full of rotted food she never cooks from her Costco trips. The older kids eat cereal for so many meals. My house is a war zone of laundry because she goes to Goodwill and just buys more instead of washing clothes. Thanks to coverage to stay-at-home mom while the older boys do school. I own my own company, multiple of them. I leave St 7 am. I'm home at 10:30 p.m. I love my son because he's mine, but I wish he'd never been born. Not to her. Not in this situation. Not at this time. In 4 years. I'll be set for early retirement before age 40. Now I'm working myself 100+ hours every week. I'm stuck, and it kills me every time I have to go home. My only hope is to hold out until he's old enough to pick which parent he lives with and then walk away. Or until I by some miracle I'm able to leave and take him with me. I've been talking to her about inpatient therapy for a few weeks while my parents visit. My daughter is nearly 9 years old, and I'm just beginning to feel that I love her. Parenting has taken so much out of me. Pregnancy was hard, birth was terrible and traumatic. She's struggled with rage and other behavioral issues her whole life. I tried to get help for years, but couldn't get her father, who has insurance, on board. I was gaslit by my mother and peers who diminished my experience. I was driven to deep depressions, to drinking and other unhealthy coping mechanisms many times. My daughter and I have been in therapy now for 7 months and we are starting to form a relationship. Additionally, she's aging into accepting responsibility for her actions and the maturity is helping her overcome her emotional battles. I cannot tell you how relieved I am. I've cried many times a week for these 9 years and now I'm crying because I'm so grateful to see the light at the end of the tunnel. It's okay to hate parenting and not want to be around your own child. There's help. You can do it. You can get help. Keep yourself and your children safe. One last thing. When I was a teenager I heard the front door open and close and a baby start to cry. I went to the door and found my months-old niece in her car seat screaming. My brother and sister-in-law were at their wits' end and knew she would be safer at my parents' house. They called an hour later and said they were afraid they were going to shake her because she wouldn't stop screaming. Just wanted to share in case a parent who is struggling reads this and can feel kinship and not shame. You're not crazy. It's faking hard. Hi, accident baby here. My mom found out she was pregnant, told my dad, and he said I guess we should get married or else my mom is gonna be pissed. So they got married and had me. 6 years later they had another accident. My brother They were never in love, and when they finally got divorced my mom grew more and more neglectful. She would forget to pick me up from school. There was a drama field trip I went on that finished at 10 p.m. She forgot me and wasn't answering her phone. I was stuck outside the school for hours in the middle of the night. Wasn't apologetic when she finally did get me. She didn't care when I was learning how to drive. She didn't come to see me before any homecoming or prom. She didn't care when I was applying for colleges. She didn't raise me. I grew up and moved away to college. One time she mentioned she would be going to a concert about an hour south of my college. So I was like, awesome, you can see my apartment and my cats and the life I have built for myself. The day we are supposed to meet comes, and she ignored all my texts and calls. I felt devastated. She told me her friends brought shrooms, so she did them instead of seeing me. And I was supposed to be okay with being second to drugs. My little brother has autism, and he was much closer with my mom. One day my mom announced she would be moving across the country with her sugar daddy. She left my brother heartbroken. He has not been the same since she left. When she was moving, she didn't even tell my dad he would be having full custody of my brother until the day before she left. He only knew because I told him. From my mom's POV, she is doing what makes her happy, and she deserves it. From my POV, she is a neglectful pose who doesn't deserve me or my brother. We have been estranged for over a year. She thinks I'm hateful for no reason, but I'm hurt by her, and she doesn't see anything she has done to me. So if you don't want kids, please abort them. Give them up for adoption. I'm seriously faked up, because I was raised by a woman who wasn't ready to give up her youth. I'm the result of an unwanted pregnancy in an abusive relationship from the 80s, so while this doesn't pertain to my children, I know what it's like to be on the receiving end of being unwanted. I'm sure my biological father had some interest in me when I was a baby, but I learned as I got older that he chose drugs over taking care of his baby. My mom had enough of his shit and left him one afternoon with me on her hip. By 2 years old, I had been considered abandoned by my bio dad. By 5 years old, I was available to be adopted by my mom's husband, who I considered to be my only father. Growing up, I always had everything I needed and never went without anything. We grew up in an affluent neighborhood in California, always had the nicest cars and always going on vacations. We weren't spoiled, but he took very good care of my brother and I as children. I always felt so loved, and there was never a conversation about him not being my father until randomly into my teens, when we told my brother he was only my half. After that, my father became a totally different monster. He started the abuse when I was 16, and he surprised me by buying me a car and then telling my mom I agreed to pay for each last penny of that car. That was a lie. I would never agree to that, not because I was spoiled, but because I had not agreed to it. He proceeded to cause a huge disagreement in our family, convincing everyone what a manipulative liar I'm all because of this stupid faking car. From there it snowballed into telling how much he hated me, how I was a piece of shit, worthless, how I ruined his life by being born, wished he could have left me to die in a ditch when I was a baby, to get rid of all the baggage my mom came with. For the purpose of not dragging this on, I'll leave it at that, but the abuse only got worse and turned physical whenever my mom was out of town. Oddly enough, I was a straight A student, in college prep classes and a job, not exactly a kid you would be disappointed in, or dislike for that matter. Point is, I know it is hard to love a child that is not yours, or a child you simply don't want. I watched the man who raised me, since I was 2, struggle with his feelings towards me every single day. Unfortunately now I struggle with a variety of health problems that I'm learning all stemmed from my childhood abuse and emotional neglect. All because he wasn't man enough to get the help he needed. He thought I was what was broken, but all along it was him. I wish I could thank each and every single last one of you who admit their true feelings towards their situation and have gone out to get the help they need. Simple fact is, no one goes to therapy for someone they don't care about. Just because your head tells you one thing, deep down inside your heart already loves that child. Don't doubt yourself. I don't have a kid, but I think I have an idea what it's like. A few months ago a mama cat left one of her babies in our attic. The baby was probably only a day old. Thought mama cat was gonna come back, So we left him there for 2 days. Cried non-stop. Mama didn't come back for him, so I decided to take him in. I advertised on Instagram if anyone wanted him, but no one did. I thought it was already amazing that the little guy survived 2 days, and I decided I was gonna take care of him. I like cats, but I never planned on getting one, especially a baby one who needs constant care, 24/7. I fed him and refilled his warm water bottle so he didn't get cold every other hour. I barely got any sleep. After around 2 weeks he'd sleep all through the night, but would wake me up at 5. My dad threw him away at one point, and I had to save him, again, from the dumpster. I took him in the car when I went grocery shopping because I was too anxious to leave him behind. I was exhausted, and this was only a baby kitty. I kept thinking, no way I'm gonna be able to take care of a human baby. I loved the little guy, but I also missed doing things without having to worry about him. Sometimes when I'm really stressed I got a little resentful. Why my attic out of all the attics out there? In the end the worms got the best of him. I cried for the whole day. He died in my hands. I still blame myself for it, because he'd probably be saved if I brought him to the vet sooner. It's a huge responsibility. I don't think I'll ever be ready to go through all that with a human child. I got pregnant at 17 and requested an abortion, but my boyfriend at the time did not want one. He had a pregnancy fetish. I didn't want to give birth at all. The dread of knowing I had to go through the pain eventually had spoiled the pregnancy for me. Giving birth was traumatic due to complications, but I had my baby. I loved him the second he came out, the little potato. I didn't get much help in the baby department, so I left the father of my child and eventually went through several not so great relationships. I raised my kid solo, whether I was single or not. I had a lot of trouble coping with the responsibility of having a child. My kid is a very active and loud child. No matter what I did, no matter how I disciplined him, of all the parenting methods I've tried, nothing seemed to work. I felt he was out of control, often shaking my hand off to run away, out of excitement or intrigue. He is an affectionate child, but often gets overwhelming. Daycare centers often had trouble managing him as well. I felt so hopeless. The pros couldn't handle it. How could I? I had a rough time coping with what I felt was an extreme child. I was not emotionally stable in any way. The start was definitely a rough go. I went through several suicide attempts. I just was not the best person I could be. Now my kiddo is 5, and he's quite smart, but he struggles with emotions and impulse like I do. I got diagnosed with borderline personality disorder 23 years ago, a big revelation to me, and am taking meds for it along with therapy to rewire my mind/thought processes. I'm glad to have my son now. For a long while, I resented my ex. I felt he forced a child on me. I felt out of control. In that context though, I see the only reason I live today is because of my child. I didn't have any aspirations. I was severely depressed with low confidence and I hated the idea of becoming an adult. It all seemed so overwhelming. Too overwhelming. I didn't plan to live past 18. I'm still up and running with a supportive and caring boyfriend who helps me with my son and I can have heart-to-heart conversations and he's finally understanding emotions and how to cope with them. I don't regret having my child, but it could have gone better. It definitely was not the best time in life for me to have a child. I'm the unwanted child in this case. I was an accident and my mom had me very young, about 18 to 19. On top of the normal stresses of being a new single mother, I had some very serious health problems. Basically grew up in and out of the hospital and to be frank, should have died a long time ago. My mom was so young, and she really only had my grandmother to help her, since my bio dad bounced. Once mom told him she was pregnant with me, and she didn't want to abort me. I know my mother loves me, and she has worked and continued to work her ass off to provide for me, and for that I'm grateful. That said, I think she resents me at times and I feel like I ruined her life. The only job she could get after I was born was working at Walmart, and she's still there to this day. She hates it. She could have gone to college and gotten a better career, but because I was so sick she needed a job with insurance fast. I'm 27 now, and I still live at home due to my medical issues. I take care of about 95% of all my medical related issues myself, but there are some things I physically cannot do and need a second person's help, hence why I'm still home. Our relationship has always been a bit strained. She had to work a lot while I was growing up, so my grandmother did most of the actual raising of me. My mom also has a horrible temper, which I also unfortunately inherited, so when we both get heated it's quite explosive. Our relationship has gotten much better now that I'm older, but every so often the tempers can flare again, for one reason or another. My mom has never outright said anything, but I know she wishes her life could have been different. I feel like such a burden to her. I try to help out as much as I can, but I know she is miserable. Oftentimes I wish she did abort me, so she could have had a better life. It's because of all of this that I myself have made the choice that I will never have children. I know I ruined my mother's life. My own life is already wrecked because of my health issues and my sickly upbringing. I will not put another child into this mess. I love my daughter so much. I'd do anything for her. But I never wanted a child. I was so set to not having one because I know myself. I know my personality. I know I won't be a great mom. But I accidentally got pregnant. I was taking pills, and once the pills were done for the month, you get your period. Well, my ex coerced me into having sex. While I have my period, gross I know, and a few days more of just sex. I was struggling a bit financially that time, so I wasn't able to buy new pills, and we don't have morning after pills here. I wanted to abort the baby. I would never ever tell this to my daughter or to anyone else. I really wanted to, since I wasn't financially stable, nor was I ready to let go of my freedom. Ultimately I just didn't want to be a mom, but as it just happens abortion is illegal here. Adoption flew out the window because my parents saw my stick, and I don't think I'd want to put my daughter up for adoption. It's hard accepting the fact that my world was shattered instantly. I wasn't ready for motherhood. I wasn't ready to be shackled by a baby. Not being able to do the things I want to do, like travel with my friends, go back to work, leave my parents' house, currently living here because of the pandemic, spending money to buy things that I want. Now, everything revolves around her. I can't simply make a decision without thinking of her first. There are times when I just cry because of this situation. It's super frustrating. I'm stuck with her 24/7. It's draining. I love her to bits, but I just need time to breathe, to be rid of her for a day, to just feel like the old me, who was violently thrown away that 5 months after. I'm still reeling from the change. I love her to pieces. I die for her, but yes, I still want to be baby free. Thanks for this thread. I was able to pour this out. It's a load off my chest, for now. It's tough. A college girlfriend baby trapped me in 2013. She was emotionally abusive. My best friend at the time was another girl I'd known for years in college. She tried to make me cut off all contact with my friend. This girlfriend was hot and cold, switching on a dime from "I'm so lucky to have you" to "you're the worst and don't even care about me." Gaslighting. Controlling. I dumped her, but then, well, she called me up, told me her terminal pancreatic cancer was back, and I felt so bad for her I got back together. Of course the cancer was fake, but so was her birth control, and by the time I found out it was too late. I broke up with her, told her the best thing to do would be abortion or adoption, but that if she was keeping it I would co-parent. She just didn't respond to anything. Email, phone, Facebook, letters, nothing. I ended up going over to her place. She wasn't home. Waited for 4 hours on the porch. She and her mom drive up. She stays in the car. Her mom comes out and tells me that I didn't want the kid anyways, and hadn't I done enough to her already? I should just leave. I didn't want a child. I wasn't ready for one, but I'd be damned if I was going to just abandon my kid to her. I know what kind of person she is. So I tried everything I could. I couldn't launch a paternity complaint without a lawyer. I couldn't afford a lawyer because I was a broke college student. My parents wouldn't help. It was my own damn fault for having premarital sex. I tried to navigate the legal system on my own and found a notice of intent to claim paternity, a form that would let me put my hand up and say pick me, pick me. If the state ever went looking for someone to pay child support, The search for a dad gets triggered if the state helps cover pregnancy costs. I hoped I could force baby mama to the table by telling her, in a letter, that it was inevitable. She'd have to cover the hospital costs all on her own or let me be a part of my kid's life. I never heard anything back from her or the state, and I think she must have just gone deep into debt rather than let me be in my kid's life. It takes me 6 years to graduate college, struggle in the entry-level job market, and pay off my credit card debt. I had to move 11 hours away from my daughter. But I can afford a lawyer, and it's an open and shut case. I get my paternity recognized. Baby mama drags her feet at every possible stage, delaying things by almost a year. I eventually meet my daughter, and it's hard. When it's good, but when it's bad it's gut-wrenching. She's still attached to her mother to an unhealthy degree, and believes everything mommy says to her, including that I chose to abandon her. And I want, so badly, to tell her who her mommy really is, but I can't. It would hurt her too badly. But mommy feels no need to play by the same rules. In between my visitation times my daughter regress, to the point of saying that she wishes I were dead. It's expensive. I pay about 1/3 of my take-home pay in child support. My partner and I could have made a down payment on a house by now if I didn't have to pay this child support. Until things get better with money, I can't in good conscience have kids with my current girlfriend, and she really wants one of her own. The bitterness is tough to handle. So is the PTSD. I get nauseous every time I have to deal with baby mama. It poisons my time with my daughter, because the whole time I'm worrying about what new sheet her mom's going to pull, while trying to work against the coaching she gets at home, and build a relationship with this mistrustful 7-year-old girl who's entirely devoted to her mother. My daughter understands, clearly, that showing any favor or liking for me will make her mommy upset and cry. So she fights against everything I do to try and build a relationship with her. Luckily we have a pretty good natural rapport, so given a few days I can get her laughing and happy again. But it's always back to square one after she goes home again. I didn't want this. I had no choice in this. This is not the right way to have a kid, and if I could go back and undo it, I would in a heartbeat. How do I raise a daughter when I feel that way? I love her too, and the two feelings aren't mutually exclusive. But when she gets older and can understand why her mother and I are so contentious, she's going to have a lot to work through. The poor kid. Late to the party. I've always wanted to be a parent, and when I found out my wife was pregnant I was overjoyed. But something in her changed that day, like a light went out of her eyes. She didn't want our son, but was afraid I would leave if she didn't go through with the pregnancy. Maybe I would have. Not out of anger or anything, but I can't know how I would have dealt with that loss. But she hated being pregnant and described it as feeling like an alien parasite was inside her. It took her a long time to learn to love our child. I'm not sure she does even today. Their relationship has always been a little weird and strained. There's this underlying sense of resentment there that has never really gone away. We are divorced now, her choice, and she has him half the time. She takes parenting very seriously, but it's like a job. She has a responsibility, and she's meeting it. On paper, she's a great mom, but even according to other members of her family there's very little genuine affection. The flip side is that I have ADHD, which makes the responsibility chunk a lot more difficult for me to keep up with. I'm trying my best, but my best isn't always as consistent as I would like it to be. But that kid is drowning in love and affection whenever he's with me. I finished reading some of these responses and immediately hugged the crap out of him and told him that he was always wanted, and I'm continually thankful to have him in my life. I hope that getting that from one parent will be enough to mitigate some of the hurt that comes from the weird relationship with the other. I'm a mom of 2. My oldest was planned and tried for. The minute I found out I was pregnant I freaked. I changed my mind about wanting kids. But being against abortion for my own self, not judging those who are for it, it's a personal preference of mine. I dealt with my emotions privately and went about my pregnancy as normal. Fast forward, he was born and was a terrible sleeper. I had postpartum depression on top of my already existing depression and anxiety, and I hated myself for feeling the way I felt. As he grew we realized that he had and would require a different type of parenting style. I loved him and still do very much so. I just wish I could change the way I felt about being a parent. Then after a particularly rough few months I found out I was pregnant with my second child. I went to the doctor because I wanted to be put on birth control, but was told to wait until my period came to start the meds. I'm impatient and wanted to start them right away, so I asked if I could just take a test when I got home to verify I wasn't pregnant and then start taking the pills. Took a test, it came up positive and I collapsed. This was the last thing I wanted in the world. Already parenting a child that needed more attention and structure than I expected, and now I was pregnant with another child unexpectedly. I can remember praying for a miscarriage. Now I feel awful about wishing for that. I wouldn't change having him, but I'm definitely miserable most days. I try not to let it show, and I show my children love and affection because they didn't ask to be brought into this world. But deep down I know I never should have had kids. I'm way too selfish. I just wish I could have admitted that before they were born. I tried to post this a few places, but don't have the karma for JT, but maybe this thread will help get me some advice. I'm about to get full custody of my son. I have absolutely no idea what to do or where to start. A little backstory. His mother decided that it just wasn't for her, and I absolutely want to raise my son. We are friends and get along. We originally planned on me taking him sometime around July, but things unfortunately have moved forward insanely quick due to unforeseen circumstances. My situation is pretty dire. Have no family to speak of really. Lost my job because my old boss was upset that Elle was getting custody of my son. I've already spoken with an attorney and they've agreed to take my case, however that also takes time and money. I really don't have anything and all the resources I'm finding are for women. I'm staying with a friend right now, but it's not optimal for the future. Have been looking for jobs every day, but being from a culinary background it's difficult to find anything, let alone a job that will let me support myself and my son. This community has always been great for advice, so I figured what's the worst that could happen, asking for some guidance. Any links or advice to any degree would be absolutely appreciated. I just need some direction. I feel completely lost and almost hopeless. I need to be ready to get him within 4 weeks, but preferably sooner. I'm 34 and haven't gotten my COVID vaccine yet, but am working on it. He's 4 years old and such an incredibly smart and sweet kid. I'm currently in New York State, but came here from Gap, which is where they are. I'm not sure which state would be better to live in, but I feel I'll have to move back to the same hopeless town in Gap, which is totally fine. Anything to be able to give him a good life. I just don't know. I've tried to apply for loans to get things together, but I don't think any of them will go through. This last year was insanely rough, having not worked for almost the entirety of it. And GA unemployment approved me, paid me one installment, and then stopped paying me. Any advice of making that happen would be greatly appreciated too. I've written countless emails and try calling them almost daily. Sorry for the wall of text. And if I need to disclose any other information to help someone help me, I gladly do so without revealing who my son or I am. Thanks guys. As an unwanted child myself, it is not fun. A lot of neglect, resentment, yelling, and lack of love. My parents got divorced when I was 5. My mom made me become the mom of our relationship, so as I started to grow up, she stopped doing things around the house and for me. From age 9, she stopped cooking and never taught me how to cook, so my lunch and dinners were crackers with soda or 5-minute pasta. It came to a point where, when I was going to university, I was a full-time mom to my own mom, having to drive her around all the time, prepare lunch/dinner for her, keep our house clean, etc. on top of getting good grades and doing my university projects. She would yell at me all day, every day for the smallest things. I had to do everything for her, even grab the TV remote from the couch that was besides the one she was sat in. My dad was never around, and when he was, he never wanted to be a dad. He never taught me anything about anything. He just wanted to play video games and watch TV with me. I brought homework to his house more than once, so he could help me with math, and he asked me to stop, because I was ruining all the fun. He got remarried right after splitting with my mom, and my stepmother absolutely hates me because I look exactly like my mom. She treats me badly, like Disney's stepmom bad. But my dad doesn't say a word and puts the blame on me. I'm 29 now, cut off all contact with my mom, and I'm on a path to cut my dad off my life as well. My only regret is not cutting them out earlier. I came across this thread by accident. Stuck around and read most of your stories. I'm so sorry that some of you grew up being/feeling unwanted. But I want to thank you all for sharing. It's given me some great perspective. When I was in my 20s I didn't know if I wanted to be a father. Now I'm 37 and I've got a 14-month-old baby girl. My wife wanted kids. I love my wife with all my heart, so I said let's try. We couldn't conceive naturally, so did a few rounds of IVF. My mentality was that if we have one, great. If not, that's great too. We'll travel and get in adventures. We had more than a few miscarriages, and it took a toll on us both. We decided on one more round of IVF with a different doctor. Lo and behold, it worked. I was still cautious of the whole situation. Too much disappointment and fear. That is until we went for an ultrasound, and I heard my baby's heartbeat for the first time. I was like the Grinch at the end of the story. My heart grew 3 sizes too big that day. I vowed to be the best dad I could be. I love her more than I've ever loved anything in this entire world. Like, I love my wife. She's amazing. But this kid, it's a whole other level. She's sweet and funny. She's loving. But she can be a pain in the ass. She's tenacious and stubborn. But she's super cute, and she knows it. She can sucker me in already, and she's just over a year. I get so frustrated with her sometimes. The irrational crying. Getting into everything. Grabbing everything she can. Messing up the entire house. I yell at her, then feel bad later. Sometimes I want to launch her into her crib like Kobe trying to hit a game-winning 3. It's hard raising a kid, especially when you've had your first in your late 30s. I'm faking tired all the time. My fuse gets short when she wakes up at 1 AM or 4 AM and won't go back to sleep, and I have to work the next day. It's so hard not to lose it. She follows me everywhere I go in the house. Can't get anything done because she wants me to pick her up all the time. It can be so frustrating. But I need to check myself. She's so little and innocent. She's just exploring. She wants to stay awake to be with us. She follows me because I'm her daddy. She wants to know and be a part of what I'm doing. I have to start looking at the early wake ups as bonus time with her because I miss out on a lot when I'm at work. I don't ever want her to feel unloved or unwanted. Thank you all for sharing your stories. It helps me be grateful for all the small and large blessings. My experience is the opposite of a lot of posters. I became a stepmother to a 5-month-old infant at the age of 26. Prior to choosing to enter a relationship with my then girlfriend, now wife, I was highly ambivalent about the idea of having children. 1. Because I'd previously dated a butch woman who made it clear that she wanted kids, and B. she wasn't interested in being pregnant. Which meant either I had to get pregnant, or we needed to navigate the process of adoption. Believe it or not, part of the reason the relationship before my current one ended is because my ex was basically ready to start the process and I wasn't. When I chose to become my son's stepmother, or mother, really, I've been part of his life for as long as he remembers, so there's really no differentiation. I was terrified I'd made a mistake. I didn't click with parenting right away. I had no interest in getting up in the middle of the night to feed a grumpy human. I had hobbies and paying side jobs that suffered due to my sudden lack of free time. I liked the baby well enough when he wasn't squalling or otherwise making my life miserable, but I definitely didn't love him right away. 15 years later, I'm so thankful to be my son's mother. I can't imagine loving him anymore or being prouder of him. Do I love being a parent? Not totally. I haven't had nearly as much time for personal/individual development. I cold written at least twice as many novels in the past decade and a half. 7th grade was a nightmare for both the kid and us. Probably nothing has ever broken my heart, upset me, worried me, or spun me out as much as various child rearing related challenges over the years. At the same time, I happen to be the parent who's closest with our son. Our personalities are very similar, so I understand and empathize with what he's going through more so than any of my co-parents. We have a tight bond over video games, certain movies and characters, books, etc. that we've shared together over the years. I'm the one he seems to open up to the most and listen to the most. He's a super smart kid, and I'm grateful to have the opportunity to help shape him into the best man I possibly can. As challenging as he's been at times, ages 1 to 5, ages 12 to 14, he's a fantastic human, and I love that I've had a part in raising him. At this point, I genuinely enjoy his company. He's funny, he's empathetic, he's informed, he cares about the world and current events, he's good at video games, he enjoys nature walks, etc. When my wife is out of town, he and I have a great time hanging out. The ritual is usually video games, pizza, and a movie. I love him unconditionally, and the idea that we'll always have this bond/connection, and he will always be part of my life, is pretty fantastic. I think it helped that I tried my best to embrace my role as co-mother, and did everything I could to be involved, and build a relationship with him. It also helps that he adores me, and has been a great kid. But at any rate, it is definitely possible to become a parent when you're pretty sure you'll suck at it because you don't really want it, and then come to embrace the experience. I'm lucky it turned out this way, because I do still sometimes think of everything I've missed out on by choosing to be a mom. It's a huge life shift, but when it works out, it's pretty damn awesome. I'm 27, my wife is 23. We have been married for 14 months. Before we got married we talked extensively about having children, because I have never wanted any, not a single one. Because I can be rather selfish with my time. After I've spent time with my wife, and it's time for me to be able to play games, that's what I want to do, not change a diaper, or stop and feed the baby, or turn around every 28 seconds to put a damn pacifier in his mouth. She wanted at least one. We agreed to have one, but only after a year or longer of being married. I wanted to enjoy the young married life. Well, my wife ended up having some issues. She had cysts on her cervix, and her uterus was tilted and messed up. Doctor said she had next to zero chance of having a baby, unless she has surgery. I felt bad for her knowing she wanted one. Well, long story short, she miraculously got pregnant. We had a particular noisy church service about a week before her doctor visit that was supposed to schedule her surgery. Lo and behold, no cysts on her cervix and the uterus was in perfect condition. So there we have it. A child shall arrive. I wasn't very thrilled. In fact I was very stressed. Because we couldn't afford a kid. We made too much to have financial assistance, but carrying over my bills from being single made it so that our combined income was just enough for both of our bills and to have a few hundred left after groceries, but not enough for a kid. We were in Louisiana at the time. Hurricane came through and wiped out the electric grid and water supply while my wife was 8 months pregnant. We took off to Illinois to be with her dad for evacuation, but we couldn't go back home. I couldn't let her stay in a house with no power or water with that awful Louisiana heat. So, we packed all our stuff and moved to Illinois. Got a new job making less than half what I was making. It feels terrible, but at least now we qualify for assistance. Baby is 3 months old. I feel bad because sometimes I'll get really annoyed when he whines over stuff that I consider to be stupid, like the pacifier falling out of his mouth for 3 seconds. I love him, of course. He is the most precious thing. He's super sweet, and he just lights up with all kinds of smiles when he sees me. I wouldn't give him up, but I certainly wouldn't mind waiting another year before he showed up. It's changed me some, because I can't be as selfish with my time as I used to be. My wife is an incredible mother, takes very good care of him. He's perfectly healthy. In all reality, it isn't a problem having a kid that I didn't want, because now that he's here, I'm okay with it. I do get frustrated from time to time, but I imagine parents that want children also get frustrated. I personally don't know what it feels like, but I know what it looks like. I'm only 18, so I don't have any kids, but my dad's friend has 7 to 8 children that are treated like crap. Growing up, The husband and wife had 2 to 3 kids that were theirs, but 2 of them had already moved out, and another who they adopted. When I was maybe 10 or 11, they adopted another kid, but he left after a while, because his father started to take care of him. After a while, they adopted another kid, and another, and another. They had about 6 kids at this point. The husband's mother then adopted 2 kids that she didn't want. Turns out, she adopted them so her daughter-in-law could get some extra money from foster care. That also meant she adopted the other kids for the same reason. The wife's house is always extremely messy. The kids are loud and not well mannered. The wife will drop the kids off at her oldest son's house with no warning in advance and leave them there for hours so she can have alone time. The husband has cancer and is always working because the wife never has a job and stays at home. Because he is so sick, he lives in a camper next to their house to keep himself away from any possible sickness. The wife is home all day but never cooks or cleans. They literally eat takeout for most of their meals. About 2 years ago, the grandma died, and the husband and wife took in the other 2 kids. I remember my dad told me one time, when he was at their house, one of the kids was making something on the oven on their own with no supervision. The husband can't, because of his condition, and the wife is just pathetic and doesn't care. I don't think the kids realize it. Most of them are younger than 10, but the day will soon come when the kids are teenagers and the wife has even less control over them than she does now. On one hand, I look forward to that day, so the wife will get the karma she deserves. On the other hand, I sympathize for the kids that are suffering in her house. I have 3 children for whom I'm responsible. My biological child, a stepchild, and custody of a teenaged sibling. My stepchild is the product of an affair, and my sibling is with me because the biological parent we share is in their 60s. Their other parent is an abusive drug addict, against whom I have a restraining order a lot of days. I wish it was just my biological child and my spouse. I would never tell either my stepchild or my sibling this, because neither of them are too at fault for how unideal these circumstances are. They both get their own room, birthdays, Christmas. I tell each of them I love them and make sure to spend time with them. But it's hard. I'm not their mother and they both miss their real mothers. My stepchild is with their mother about 60% of the time, but my sibling never sees this at all, as she lives in another state. Especially in my sibling's case, I make the decisions about their medical care, I buy their school clothes, I do everything. And meanwhile, I have to keep my own feelings in check when my stepchild sings the praises of their mom, as she's shown herself to be a terrible person for reasons that have nothing to do with my spouse's infidelity, but said child reveres her for now, and it's not okay to put kids in the middle of grown-up conflicts. I get all of the pain and heartache of being a parent, and none of the recognition. It's certainly better with my biological child, only because there's no confusion there. The roles are cut and dry. I'm the only mother they have ever had. I don't regret any of these kids. I love all of them, and none of them will ever know how often I wish I hadn't stepped up to do the right thing. I was on the fence about having kids, and then surprise we had one. The next surprise we found out my wife has a disease that causes tumors in multiple organs. So I have a almost 2-year-old and a wife with brain and kidney tumors. Brain tumors will eventually kill her, we assume. She had one brain surgery that was a disaster and left her unable to walk. She has mostly recovered from that now. I went from a townhouse, downtown, with a boat and the life of the party, traveling all over the world to party and fish, to living in the burbs with a wife that is kinda normal. She has anger issues and gets frustrated at very minor things. Sometimes it's hard for her to organize her thoughts. I guess she's like having a teenager and a 20-month-old. Pre-COVID I had my parents to help, but they are older, but that is okay, because I work from home now. So I can supervise and step in if needed. I feel like a single dad a lot of days with 2 kids. I don't think I can ever go back to work, because someone needs to be home to supervise. She does frustrating things like, leaves the front door open, not unlocked wide open. We should have had 5 to 6 kitchen fires, does the dishes and outs them away with soap on them. She yells at me for small things that bother her, which really hurts. For example, she doesn't like her food to touch on her plate. She threw a knife at me one time when I did it on purpose according to her. My life is I wake up early and work, then Wiffy watches the baby and I help as much as I can. Then when the baby naps I work, then I stop work around 5. I watch the baby till 8 till I go back to work till I fall asleep. I haven't had sex in like 2 years which sucks, but my friends joke it's just the universe evening out my average lol. My message would be, if you are not 100% on board don't do it. Get fixed, enjoy life. I have 3 kids. None of them were planned. The 2 older ones I had when I was much younger. My youngest I had when I was 30. I wasn't prepared when I was younger to have the older 2, as I'm prepared with my youngest. I should have waited until I was in my 30s to have kids at all. I love my kids, don't get me wrong, but if I could do it again I probably wouldn't have kids. They're a lot of work and they're expensive. When I got pregnant with my 3rd I had fully planned to give her up for adoption until something happened at the hospital with the adoptive family. I decided to keep her at the last minute. She didn't have a name and I had virtually no baby items since my older 2 were well past the baby stage. I'm thankful that my older 2 are self-sufficient for the most part now. It's hard having a baby when you weren't planning to have any more kids. Hell, I never planned to have kids at all, but it just happened. I work a full-time job and I'm never home just to be able to support them. If it wasn't for my dad watching the older 2 and taking them to school I'm not sure how I would do anything. My youngest goes to a sitter. Don't get me wrong, I love my kids. And yes, this comment's all over the place. I work tonight, so I'm dead tired. But man, if I could do it differently I totally would. My now toddler youngest is exhausting. I get off work, pick her up, and she fights sleep. So I'm up an additional few hours just with her alone. Then the older 2 need help with their homework, and I have to make sure everyone's fed and bathed. Even though I'm more adept to caring for my children, now that I'm older it's still hard AF. I love my kids. I wouldn't trade them for the world. However, I have caught myself thinking about what my life would be like if I weren't married with kids. I'd honestly probably have a pack, some camera equipment, and train hop my way across the United States and more. At this point I'd probably have adopted the vagabond lifestyle. The pressure we all receive as young kids forces us to make brash decisions that we aren't 100% on board with. We all get pressured to choose a career at 18 years old, and after college it's get a job, get married, have kids, save up for retirement. I'm 35 now and retrospectively I wouldn't have done any of that. I would have gone out into the world and experienced it the way I wanted to, at least for a while, until I decided it was time to ground myself. The problem is, I grounded myself far too early in life, and now at 35 all I want to do is live freely without the bonds of bills, responsibilities, and schedules. The other problem I finally faced as an adult is fully knowing what I want to do for a living now. See, I wasn't so sure 15 years ago, but now I know. Having over 10 years of experience in my current field and moving my way up that ladder to better positions and better pay makes for a difficult decision to just leave it all behind and start over. At this point I'm getting very close to actually doing that because I have next to no happiness within myself. My kids and wife make me happy, but I currently feel like I have nothing to make myself happy. I have nothing to push myself towards anymore. I would never leave my wife and kids, but my job, well, jobs come and go, and it's important to do something you're passionate about in life. We spend nearly our entire lives doing that one thing, so it should be something that doesn't make us regret everything. Not exactly what you're asking, but it's from the opposite perspective. My parents didn't really want a child. My mother sabotaged birth control to trap my dad, and she also wanted a child as an excuse to not have to work and to get any extra benefits she could. When I was about 5 years they had a massive argument which resulted in my mother kidnapping me. I was stuck with her and her friends until I was 7, and they spent that time abusing and neglecting me. I was beaten, starved, and rarely bathed. My father fought for custody and barely won. He did it only because he knew it was the right thing to do and that my mother was useless. Things were pretty decent to begin with, especially compared to what I'd already been through. Even at that age I could tell he seemed out of his element. He didn't seem to know how to be around a kid. It was like he was walking on eggshells. As the years went on he became more and more verbally abusive. He would call me horrible names and blamed every little inconvenience in his life on me. I think maybe the resentment he felt over having to care for kids he didn't want got too much. He was always most angry about money. Money he would have had more of if it wasn't for having to take care of me. There was also his mother who, despite never laying a hand on me, was worse than my mother and father combined. She was an overly criticizing, narcissistic sociopathic bitch. Nothing I did was ever good enough, and because of her I ended up with OCD and anorexia. She was also partly responsible for my social anxiety. They both also loved to put me down and talk to me like shit, and they'd use money to apologize. They were both too proud and narcissistic to admit fault and actually use their words to smooth things over. When I moved away to go to university, I ended up in an argument with my dad in which I confronted him about all the abusive behavior from him. He refused to acknowledge it, and eventually in the end he just suggested we should get out of each other's lives. I never responded, because he didn't deserve the closure. I cut contact that night, and I've never looked back. Christmas Day that same year, my grandmother texted me saying that she hoped I got all that money they sent me. I got Christmas and birthday cards with money in them. They were from my relatives, and they were written as if nothing ever happened. I'm 26 now, and I'm suicidal, but if I was still in contact with my relatives, I would have killed myself by now. I have a loving boyfriend, and we have a rambunctious cat, who are constant reminders of how much better things are now. When I was 18 my boyfriend cheated on me. In my 18-year-old brain I had to seek revenge, so I returned the favor and got pregnant by a stranger. When I found out I told him I was going to have an abortion. Backstory: I never wanted kids. I never played with baby dolls. I did not dream of my wedding. My mother was strung out on meth. I never knew my father. My stepfather beat me and my mom daily. When I was a kid, I was raped and molested countless times, etc. My grandfather essentially raised me, and he was a Vietnam vet, physically, mentally, verbally abusive. Since I was a toddler he called me a cunt, a stupid motherfucker, bitch, use your imagination. We also had a very strange sexually charged dynamic. When I was a kid his girlfriend's grandson molested me. When I told him he said, "That never faking happened. Don't say that to anyone. What happens in this house stays in this house." He never physically touched me, but he would give me these detailed sexual stories. He treated and spoke to me like a grown woman. In therapy I learned this is called emotional incest, where he took me on as his spouse in every way besides physical. When I lost my virginity at 12 he was the person I told. When I had any sexual encounter he was the person I told. He would let me have my boyfriend over to spend the night when I lived with him. I didn't realize at the time the walls were paper thin and he could hear everything I was doing. He would encourage me to have guys over and casually make comments about my sexual activity as well as ask me for details. At this time I didn't see anything wrong with it. It was just normal for us. He took me from my mom when I was a child. I was fed these stories from him about how no one but him loved me. No one else wanted me. He groomed me and turned me against anyone else that could potentially take a sliver of love or attention away from him. So, needless to say, my self-worth was non-existent. I did not properly know how to love anyone. Fast forward to 18, I'm pregnant. I do not want a kid. I tell stranger rebound guy this. He told me, if I have an abortion he will tell everyone menacing voice I'm 18. I have no self-esteem. I'm very concerned with what others think of me. Bible Belt territory. So I submit to having this baby. Once I decided to have this child, this determination to give this child a life opposite of mine is oozing out of me. I was so hopeful. My pregnancy wasn't that bad until the end. I didn't know at the time I had major depressive disorder, PTSD. I was newly sober. Oh yes, forgot to mention, when I was 17 got sober. Alcohol, heavy on the Xanax, crack, coke, opiates, anything except meth. Mom did meth. No meth equals I''M, not my mom. So newly sober living with my boyfriend I met in rehab who was on an active relapse, pregnant with a stranger's child, and just miserable. I wanted to die. I tried to shoot myself multiple times, just too scared to actually do it. So boom, I give birth and I'm completely in love. I knew with every fiber of my being I was going to be the absolute best mother ever. What actually happened is the relationship with Rahab boyfriend ended shortly after she was born. I moved back in with my grandfather and he systematically broke me away from her as he did with my mother and me. It was heartbreaking. I would hold her and get yelled at for not holding her right. I wasn't feeding her right. You're just like your faking mama. I didn't put her clothes on right. I don't really love her. He would encourage me to go out with my friends, and when I would get home he would rip me apart about leaving her. How selfish I was, how I didn't really love her. He would physically take her away from me. He would smack me in front of her, belittle me in front of her, pick me up by my throat, until my feet dangled underneath me in front of her. Psychological torture. I got so tired I fled. I got 2 jobs, so I would never have to be at home. I justified this to myself, because I was making money, so we could leave. In reality I had no life skills. My grandfather made sure I knew little to nothing, so I would always need him. I went through a few boyfriends and thought, if I find the right person to have a family with, then I can be a good mom. Took me about 6 years to find the person I thought I could have a family with. Pause. This whole time, my daughter is beautiful, she is loving, she is hilarious, she loves me so much, she was the easiest baby, she never cried, so chill, a perfect specimen. But she was getting all that love that I had so desperately desired from my grandfather. She had a dad that loved her. All my family that was supposed to love and protect me are now doing that for her. Half of me is moved with joy and gratitude. I'm so happy my daughter doesn't have to live through the terror and hell I did. The other half of me is so goddamn resentful that she is getting all of these things that I dreamed of. And pause. Is that a word? How about proceed? Okay. I start dating family man, and he builds me up enough to walk on my own 2 feet. I move away from my grandfather and take my daughter. Everything is good. I don't know how to be a mother or be domestic in any way, but he is teaching me. I'm in love. I have a family. Now I can be a mom. I soon find out family man is basically a clone of my grandfather. That lasts 4 or 5 years. My daughter and I are scared of him. I become a feeble shadow of myself. I send my daughter to my grandfather because everything he originally told me about my parenting is being reinforced by family man. I'm so defeated. During these years my daughter was more of a burden and a constant reminder of my guilt and inferiority. She reminds me that I'm a failure. She loves me despite all of these things and that just makes it all worse for me. I'm running from her. I'm trying to blot her existence out of my head, but she lingers. I thought about just giving her up, but what would others think? How would I look? I leave family man, financially self-supporting, declining outside contributions. Good job. We get our own place. Everything is cool now. My daughter is 9 at this point. I have everything I wanted. No outside influence. We have a good relationship. I'm a wonderful parent. This is where I struggle. I don't like her most days. I still resent that she has this cush life. Even though I'm producing that for her, she annoys me. She wants my love so desperately, and it is so hard for me to give it to her. Most of my stuff is internal, and I never outwardly project it, but I see other women who think their children are the best little beings to inhabit the planet. They seem obsessed with their kids. I'm not. I don't feel elated when she draws me a picture. I don't want to teach her anything. I hardly want to hug and kiss her. When she opens her mouth I'm waiting for the moment she shuts up. I feel so much guilt for this. I don't feel like this all the time, but most of the time I do. Being a mother is not, and has not been easy for me. It does not come natural for me. I fantasize about her suddenly dying. Half of me is crushed, and half is relieved. I think about letting her live with her dad, but she doesn't want to because she loves me and loves living with me, and that exacerbates my guilt. So I'm taking action towards being a good parent outwardly, but inwardly I just don't want to. I normally work out of town, which deadens all of this, but since Corona I'm working from home. So long story short, I was talking to my dude about it, and he referred me to this thread to read and just get some stuff out. I deeply appreciate everyone's transparency. Thanks for giving me an anonymous platform to vent. I'm in therapy. I'm medicated now, getting help for my own trauma. I'm hoping with time some of this will change for me. My 7-year-old was born 3 months early and was in the NICU for 3 months in a different state, so I couldn't see her every day. I feel like I never truly bonded with her. She has been the most unruly child I've ever met. From a baby she has gotten into any and everything she can. Specifically things like my expensive makeup and nail polish that ruins everything. She destroyed my mum's living room carpet with dark purple nail polish when we lived with her while I was in the shower once. She still does this and tears up everything nice we have, all my furniture, my carpet, beds, everything. My carpet is so stained I'm literally gonna have to pay to have new carpet put in when I move out. All the clothes she has are stained within minutes of wearing them. She is one of the most defiant kids I've ever met. At 4 years old she got herself kicked out of preschool for biting and hitting her teacher. I took her to children's psychiatrist and was told her behavior was normal. She has been potty trained since she was 4, but the last 2 years has been pooping her pants daily. I'm not talking streaks, I mean full on sheets. She will sit in it for hours also and not say a word. Anytime I go to get clothes out of the dresser I find her sheety underwear. Instead of throwing them away, like I tell her, she decides to ruin everyone else's things by putting them with clean clothes. She will not sleep at night ever. Even taking her tablet away she will stay up until daylight getting into sheet. I have to sleep. A year ago she was sneaking out of my apartment at night, right when I would fall asleep, which got the cops involved. Thank God she quit doing it, or she would have been kidnapped / taken away by now. I have a baby gate up in my kitchen and she finds a way to climb over it every night and steal food and get into she's not supposed to. She's always putting her younger sister up to doing things she's not supposed to and honestly setting a bad example for her. Her sister, 3yo, is the best, sweetest, lovable child ever, and they are so different. I just don't know what I did wrong with my oldest. I don't understand why she acts how she does and does what she does, as doctors tell me she's normal. She's gotten a little easier to deal with the last year minus sheeting her pants, but damn, it's been a long 7 years. The only help I have is my mom, and she refuses to take her or watch her at all because she gets into everything and destroys sheet. I love her, but damn, I've thought a lot about how much life would be easier without her sometimes. Being completely honest, I got my now wife pregnant at 16, and we had our son at 17 about a month before my 18th birthday. Not gonna lie, I was extremely anxious, worried, and scared that I wouldn't be able to take care of a child whatsoever. I also thought that he would ruin my life and that it was going to go downhill. I wouldn't be able to do what I wanted in life while having a kid at 17 years old. I ended up talking to another girl while me wife was pregnant. Never got serious or anything, but she was someone I felt I could open up to and became very close with. My wife wanted to hide the pregnancy from our parents for a while. We successfully did it for 7 months before I couldn't take it anymore and had to say something. My wife found out about the girl I was close with at my son's 1-month appointment by going through my messages on my iPad while I wasn't home. I've never lived that down and frankly don't think I ever will. She has every right to be upset, and I don't blame her one bit. I do wish we had told our parents sooner though, as it would have taken a lot of that stress away from me. I wish I felt like I could have talked to her about things rather than a coworker that I got collide with. By far, that is the biggest regret of my life. It was around this time that I stopped talking to the coworker. I wish we could have remained friends, but that wasn't going to happen. Fast forward a bit, and my son, who is turning 4 this year, I'm now 21, has been the best thing that has ever happened to me. I wouldn't change having him one bit, but I initially didn't want him. Like I said, I was worried he would ruin anything. He has proven me wrong more times than I care to count though. He truly is the best thing that has happened to me. With all of this, if I could go back, I would be friends with the coworker, but we've established a clearer boundary that we would remain friends only. I would have tried more to persuade my wife away from hiding the pregnancy, as it caused a lot of undue stress and multiple fights between us. I've now realized that though everything isn't how I planned it to be, I can still do what I want within reason. It will just take more effort and time. I still joined the Navy, am a correctional officer now, and am now halfway through an EMT course. Have a happy and now covered free family with 2 sons, 3.75 and 1, and my beautiful wife. Ask any questions you want. I know it's not exactly the answer you are looking for, but I've learned so much over that last few years. My big downfall now is still not being able to fully open up about anything really. Don't know why, but it just happens. Ex-girlfriend baby trapped me. She stopped taking her birth control and didn't tell me, then cheated on me while pregnant. She was, and still is, a shitty person. At that point I wanted nothing to do with her and was not prepared to be a father. I was young and dumb and still learning who I was and what I wanted to do with my life. She gave me the option to walk away and never see the kid again. I thought about it, but couldn't bring myself to. Knowing my kid was out there was going to weigh heavily on my conscience. It was difficult at times. While my friends were studying, partying, traveling, I was working and learning to be a father. I didn't want this kid, but here I was, and I was going to make the best of the situation. My daughter is 13 now, and I have full custody. Her mother is a piece of shit and my daughter is old enough to know the difference. She's with me now, and I couldn't be happier. My daughter is a driving force in my life. I need to be responsible. I need to be accountable. I need to be financially successful. It keeps me going forward and has really made the man I am today. Having a kid when you're barely 20 has ways of making or breaking someone. My daughter was the child I didn't want, but ended up being what I needed. I can tell you what it's like, being the unwanted child. I went to the dentist once in my first 17 years. I had broken my nose twice, and I just had to walk it off. I never saw a doctor. I would get yelled at if my shoes wore out too quick, and they were Payless $19.99 shoes. As soon as was able to drive, the dinner table was only set for 2 instead of 3, because I could get my own food now. My lunch was a bologna white bread sandwich and an apple for 10 years straight. Fast forward, I moved in with my grandma. She said she would help out with college if I helped out around the house. First few months she got me in the dentist, fixed all my teeth, and I got some braces on. Second, I was a mouth breather, so I went to a plastic surgeon, fixed my deviated septum right up. She also co-signed on a car loan so I could get around. She embraced every friend that came to the house. While growing my up, friends hid from my dad because he was so mean. My grandma noticed that I would get home and run to my room, and one day she told me I don't have to hide in there, I can hang out wherever I want. That's the difference between being a burden and being wanted. I feel this hard. My parents divorced before I was 1. My dad likes to go on, all my problems are from such addiction. Nothing's my fault rants since I was like faking 7. My mom loved me until I hit about 8 to 9, and she got distant and wanted another kid, but didn't remarry or anything. So she adopted. Suddenly I had no mom. I had 2 pairs of pants and 4 shirts, a ratty old jacket, and ratty old shoes. While my sister, at 2, had clothes bursting in 3 closets of the house. I was bullied out for it. It stayed like that. The day she got the kid she wanted without baggage, I didn't exist. She paid for my sister's braces, but not mine. She paid for acne medicine for my sister, not me, and the other day went on a, can you imagine, having nothing but soap and water tangent. Yeah, Riken Beach. She takes my sister on vacation every year, but not me, when we were kids, and now as adults. Usually over my birthday. They usually take a cruise for a week covering my birthday. Occasionally they forget my birthday. Most years as a kid I asked for family time together. Never happened. Funny enough, we both need a rare coel surgery. She always said there was no money to help me. Guess who she's paying for when she found out she had it? Having toxic parents is so hard. So much becomes normalized. I still love my mom a lot and routinely sacrifice for her. I don't think she'd mourn me. It all got worse when I came out. My grandma started calling me slurs and blames me for my sister liking her less over it. If I could have anything in the world, it'd be family that loves me. I'd give up anything to have people who give a shit about me. I felt my face burn. Felt naval surgeons cut into my face while awake. I've been through violent death, conflict, and violent rap. Cake walks next to a family who doesn't love you back. Well, better ask someone to hold on to my firearm, cause that opened some old wounds. If it offers any hope at all, I was an accidental pregnancy to a woman who never wanted children and was, surrounded by people who always saw her as someone who'd be a terrible or incompetent mother, maybe also because she was so against it. She had a fancy corporate job and was super fit and really had it together. Then I came along and kind of derailed everything, and because of how things worked out, she became a stay-at-home mom all my life, and my dad, until today, I'm 22, works. So I grew up with a mom who kind resented losing out but also loved me completely and put me first always. And I think it's a different journey to what she imagined for herself, but I don't think she's less happy than she would have been. Things were hard for her at first, and I did pick up on it as a kid, but I always felt loved and supported, even if I felt like a slightly unwanted houseguest as a young child. My mom turned out to be a good mom who found a lot of happiness, even in feeling sad about who she could have been. The older I got, the better she got too. I hope it's that way for your friend. Edit, spelling edit too, in case you're wondering why she didn't go back to work like people have in other replies. It's a combination of the following. Wanting to give more attention and time to me than she was afforded as a child, and out of unwillingness to go back into the corporate world of having a boss and doing outside the house grown-up work stuff. Having a kid is a great excuse to stay home and enjoy yourself, honestly, but even in that she still complains about missing out. The contradictory behavior is a blind spot for her, I guess. I was 20 years old when I had my first daughter, into my second year of nursing school, and at that time, during my massive party days. But even when I was unsure of whether or not I was pregnant, I knew I was going to have her, but put her up for adoption. But the very second I saw her and heard her cry, my entire heart and being melted. Having been an only child of parents who were constantly arguing and bickering with one another almost daily, I had decided at a young age I was not going to have kids. I recognize the trust issues I have had because of my dad's cheating and the insecurities from the torment and anger my mom directed towards me. No way was I going to let history repeat itself. But that all went away the moment I had my little girl, and I knew I was going to break that cycle right then and there. With the help of my family, I graduated a year later with my 1-year-old little girl waddling over to me on the graduation stage to give me my diploma and nurse's hat. Now 12 years later she only continues to enrich my life, and I really cannot imagine life without her. My relationship with her father did not last, though not surprising, but I recognized it early enough to end it, and now I'm in a great relationship with my fiance, who treats her with the utmost love and respect. I'm grateful that in my situation it has all worked out, but life always has a way of working out. I see a lot of people talking from a third-party perspective on this, so I thought I'd share a first-hand account. I never wanted kids and took steps to be safe, but one night my then girlfriend got things going, and half-awake drunk me went through with it. I remember it like a dream. Long story short, I'm a very moral person and did the right thing, got married, took responsibility and tried. Lots has happened between now and then, including a divorce and me assuming full custody. It's not because I wanted to, but she cheated and is a worthless mother to her 10-year-old daughter. My son is 5 now, and I miss my freedom with every day. I fight off depression with intermittent therapy. I've always been good with kids and have a fair amount of knowledge as I was the eldest of siblings and cousins. Helped out a pot growing up, which is why I knew I didn't want any of my own. If I don't do what I never wanted to do, then his mother will just ruin him, so I will dutifully take it on to the best of my ability. But I miss being child-free so much. I won't resent him, because it's not his fault in any way, but some days the weight of it all causes angry outbursts. It's a constant battle with what I want and what I'm responsible for every day. The moral core within me constantly asks if I'm a horrible person for my selfish thoughts. I became a single mom at the age of 18. 2 years later my child was diagnosed with autism. His father and grandparents are anti-vaxxers who blamed me for his autism since I vaccinated him. Now he is 6 with limited verbal skills and severe sensory processing issues. My parents aren't involved in any way, so I'm just on my own figuring out this parenting thing. Since I can't work as I'm home taking care of him, I have been working on my education and will finish a B.S next year, thanks financial aid. It's not that I don't want him, I just wish I had a bit more help. I don't necessarily know what it's like to have good parents, so not only am I figuring out how to parent, but also how to parent someone with a disability. Schools are still closed down, and he should be in kindergarten, but we are doing absolutely everything remotely, which doesn't always work with his processing issues. I just take it day by day, and try to not think about my situation negatively. His speech has increased to where we can understand each other, he is finally potty trained, and he truly is a sweet kid. It's just hard wanting to leave the house for fear of meltdowns, and not being able to remove him from the situation. I just want to be able to take him to the zoo or the store without being scared of what might happen. Often, I feel pretty isolated, and for the most part stuck in my home for the past few years. I hope I'm doing enough constantly. One of my friends hated kids, never wanted anything to do with them, used to say you were. Whenever one of my friend's kids tried to cuddle her, she found out she was pregnant, contraception had failed, instantly booked for an abortion, and at the clinic found out it was too late and the baby was already engaged to be born. She rushed around finding out all the information for giving up a baby for adoption as she really didn't like kids. I saw her a week before baby was born, and she asked me why I wanted children and what I would do in her situation. I told her the truth, that I have always wanted kids, but I didn't know what I would have done if I was in her position. Her daughter is now 17, just about to turn 18, and her mum are as close as I have seen anyone. My friend said that the moment her girl was born everything changed, and it was love at first sight. She still can't stand anyone else's kids, but loves her baby more than anything. My mom didn't want me or my brothers. My dad wanted to try, and she just kind of went with it, and then they had 2 more kids, like a good Catholic couple. Despite this, she didn't let that get in the way of being a good mom to us. She loves us, and would be devastated if anything were to happen to us. But she still regrets having us. She regrets what her life could have been had she not married my dad, had she not given up her friends and her career, because she found it too exhausting to raise us, take care of the house, keep up with her friends, and provide emotional labor as a school counselor. The saddest part is that I don't think my mom knows how to go after her own happiness anymore. My dad is good to her and truly loves her and encourages her, but that isn't enough. She's spent too long prioritizing everyone else in our family. I don't feel like a burden because I know that none of this is my fault, but I still wish that there was a way for me to exist and for my mom to be happy. I don't know. I guess it's like having children you don't want. Everyone says everything changes when you first hold them. Nothing changed at all. I still didn't feel anything for them, nor did I want them. Luckily for both myself and them, they don't live with me. They would get nothing from me emotionally, socially, etc. People try to send me videos and pictures of them thinking they will make me care all of a sudden, but I just don't read the messages, or look at the videos, or just delete them. I couldn't tell you why I feel this way, or don't. I guess it just is that way. I certainly don't wish any ill will against them, but at the same time, if I never heard anything about them again, it would be fine. Had a vasectomy to avoid having kids, and passing on family mental sheet. That said, Doctor Who did cut my vas definition short, later to find out I had 2 negative sperm count follow-ups. Fast forward 4 years, my vasectomy failed with no way of knowing. It's cost me all my plans and goals, 7 more years of child support to go. It will be $250,000 when it's done. I didn't want kids at all when I got married, but it was a package deal. They were 10 and 6. I was not a very good stepdad, but I tried my best, and I always loved them. My daughter and I always had a really strong bond. Partly because she was younger and partly because I got to experience having a daughter. My son and I, however, never really got close. It's like we both wanted it, but we were both too stubborn to give into it. I could probably go in for hours the psychology of our strained relationship, from his jealousy over his sister's relationship with me to my feelings about the coddling he got from his mom, but I'll skip to the end. We are a lot closer now that he is older and has a stepchild himself. He has a daughter who is attached to him at the hip now, much like I did when he was younger. All in all, it worked out well. Now I have a step grandchild, and I'm trying to do a better job this time around, which is much easier, of course, as she doesn't live with me and is ultimately not my responsibility. When I was in the 7th grade, my mom told me to off myself, and in high school she threatened to kick me out for having a low GPA. It was 3.5 unweighted. I think I always knew she didn't care about me, but I only realized it my junior year of high school. My dad never said anything rude to me, but I still never felt his love. However, this past year he started making an effort for me. He started taking me hunting again. He taught me how to do taxes, and he started buying ingredients to let me cook dinner. Cooking helps my anxiety, and he used to hate it when I cooked food often. I've been giving my dad a second chance, but I don't think I'll ever forgive or forget the shit my mom put me through. The only reason I'm not going no contact with my mom is because that means no contact with my family, and I can't just stop talking to my cousins and my grandparents. I care about the rest of my family too much to give a damn about what my mother ever says to or about me. I grew up in the ghetto and knew girls who would have babies for the welfare payment, and the cycle continues. As a father of 3 biological children and a father of 3 adopted foster children, I can't ever fathom not loving a child that was brought into this world. Although I think that a lot of my childhood I was unwanted. I've had 3 conversations with my father and I'm 48. Nothing but negativity from my stepmother. My biological mom only took us on the weekend because it was court ordered. Only one I was close to was my stepfather. I refused to become my father while raising my children. I know how shitty it feels. Some days it is a struggle. But looking back, my children are everything. I know I don't have a lot to offer: money, education, don't know how to fish, hunt, no hobbies, etc. I'm trying to teach them to find passion and pursue it, even though I don't do it myself. To all of you that have shitty parents, I love ya, and you are important. Don't ever forget that. I'm married with 2 young daughters. My husband and I both say, on the bad days, that if we could go back in time we would have never had them. It's not that we don't want them, but when the days are long and hard you understand why people drop their kids at the fire station. It's exhausting sometimes living with 2 tyrants who consume your entire being and conversations until bedtime. I'm a stay-at-home mom and my husband is active duty military. I definitely lost a huge part of myself, and I'm getting that back as my daughters get older. My husband, on the other hand, his life has hardly changed at all. I think making time for yourself makes a huge difference in how you feel about your children. I get up at between 4:35 am every single day of the week, so I can drink coffee alone and not be spoken to by another human being. It's changed my life a lot. I can wake up and be present without feeling like I have to be at 100% capacity the millisecond one of my children wakes up. I don't think this answers the question really, but I wanted to share. So my now ex-wife and I decided to separate. The intention was to have a break, work on some things we'd been struggling with, and slowly work back towards reconciliation. One time during the separation, we slept together. She became pregnant and 9 months later gave birth to a perfectly healthy baby that is now just a few months old. My ex and I didn't work out, and our marriage is over. To be completely honest, I didn't want the baby. I still get feelings of guilt and regret that baby's mom and I done something we shouldn't have, and this child is the result of that. It's hard because my ex is an absolute nightmare to work with and uses manipulation and coercion to gain my compliance. Sometimes I wish this never happened, but I will never let this kid feel like they're a mistake or not worthy, even though I resent the mom. My girlfriend had 3 kids when she got pregnant with my child. She is the light of my life. Although before this I was fading on the idea of having children at all. In fact, it ended a few of my previous relationships. Her case was a hard one. Her first child was raised by her parents. The other 2 were with her, but they were pretty much just there because her parents weren't going to raise them, and the fathers were nowhere in their lives. When I entered the picture, her kids were, to say the least, starved for attention. At the ages of 6 and 8 they were basically running their own lives. When my daughter was born, I did my best to show them affection, which only drove a wedge between them and my girlfriend. Since I was the only father to stay much past birth, she constantly showed my daughter more attention than them. This has inevitably caused some friction, and their behaviors are much more than I ever wanted to deal with. In reality, they have pushed me to a point of wanting to leave the situation, but I know this isn't all their fault, and I feel the need to be here for my daughter and if possible to give them some guidance. So even though I didn't want kids, I have 3. Some days I wish it were just me again, or my daughter and me. I was an unwanted kid. My mother was a stripper who thought she couldn't have kids because of multiple miscarriages, and my father was a naive virgin who believed her and decided not to wear a condom. He wanted her to have an abortion. She was against that. I was supposed to be put up for adoption, but she decided to keep me at the last minute. My father couldn't stand her and used that as an excuse to leave out to Cali across the country to start his own software business, which became successful. I went into foster care at age 10 when my mother decided she didn't want me anymore because motherhood wasn't rainbows and unicorns, and then I was abused and neglected for years. My mother now lives off of disability and borrowed money ever since my grandma died, and has never addressed her schizophrenia consistently in therapy or treatment. They now live only 30 minutes away from me, and I'm estranged from them both. My father told me once, if he could go back in time, he wouldn't change anything he did. I can't trust my mother around my kids, so they aren't in my life. I hate being the kid they never wanted. It made my life really hard. Luckily I have 3 very much wanted kids of my own, and the hurt I carry drives me to be a better parent all the time. TW. Mentions of suicide and neglect and abuse. I was the unwanted kid. My BO parents both had issues. I'm pretty sure my BO mom was a lesbian who married my BO dad for financial security. She then suddenly wanted a kid when her brother died, and she realized life was short. They were in their late 40s. She loved me, but wasn't a good parent. There was an absurd amount of pressure for me to be perfect and adult-like at a very young age. Then she died of cancer when I was 12, which left me with my BO dad who didn't want me at all. He once told me I was the reason he tried to kill himself. 0/10 would not recommend. So yeah, growing up abused and neglected really faked me up. I was adopted in adulthood after my BO dad died. I don't even remember what day he died on, and I don't really care. Not gonna have kids of my own. Too faked up for that. Not gonna pass that trauma on to someone else. I never wanted kids, but I knew for my husband at the time not having kids would be a deal breaker, so we had 2 kids. I think he changed his mind, but would never say it out loud. He hated all the hard parts of parenting and would give me shit for wanting a break, because to him babies and toddlers aren't a chore. Sure, for the 5 hours to X a week after sleeping in that he spent doing any parenting with me right there, it was easy. Then he started spending less and less time home, and even less time doing any of the hard parts of parenting. I used to joke he was the perfect weekend dad because he is super fun, but only interested in the fun. Then he left and moved over an hour away despite me asking if he was going to move closer because I was open to 50/50 custody. He became the every other weekend dad. For me, I was a bit nervous at first because I didn't bond instantly with my son, but I ended up loving him so much I wanted and had a second child. They are the best small people ever. We are a great team and support each other and laugh every day. I wasn't even sad about having so many things changed because of COVID, since it meant I could spend more time with my kids. I'm a stepmom to a 10-year-old. I met his dad when he was 4. I knew I didn't want kids because, to be honest, I just don't like them and I don't have the patience for them. My husband also didn't want kids, but had managed to get a girl pregnant in high school and was owning up to the fact that, like it or not, he is now responsible for this child. When I found out he had a kid, I almost backed out of the relationship because that's just not what I wanted out of my life. But love and all that junk caused me to stay. It gets really hard sometimes as he has ADHD and autism, and sometimes I just wanna say fuck it. But at the end of the day, we both made a commitment to raise him because he didn't ask to be born. We try our best to be patient and reasonable and do the best we can for him so he can be as successful in life as possible. Luckily his autism isn't severe enough to prevent him from living a normal life, so we just try our best to be good parents, even though that's what we never wanted, because we obviously both love him enough to get over that. I can talk from the unwanted child perspective. I never sat down with my dad to discuss it, but it was obvious he was in no mental state to handle children. My mom had two after me, my sister and my special needs brother. And, I was certainly an asshole. I can tell stories, trust me. I was an asshole. She couldn't handle 3 kids, so my dad took me, while my mom kept the other 2. My dad didn't admit it, but we all knew it was, so he didn't have child support. He was almost never home, and when he was drunk. In fact, he got in trouble with the cops, and went on the run, when I was 14 or 15. I didn't tell anyone, because I liked the freedom. We were already poor, so it's not like I needed money to live that lifestyle anyway. I just got myself on the bus for school, got his food stamps and went shopping, and even had some money from doing work for random neighbors. For the 9-ish months he was gone, I had almost no change in my lifestyle. All that being said, I still love the guy. Everyone has their demons. My brother and sister think he's scum, I don't. He, even if unintentionally, prepared me for this world. I see so many people complain about how tough life is, and I just think you have no idea, you sheltered beach. I call him in June for his birthday. He calls me around Christmas. If we are feeling extra sentimental, we will even meet up for lunch once a year, but not always. I have 2 children, both boys, one aged 10 who lives with my ex and the other aged 4 who lives with me. I love them both dearly, but I don't like my oldest son, and, honesty, I dread him coming to visit. He lives with my ex and her partner and I genuinely believe we would both be happier not seeing one another. I never wanted children, both were accidental pregnancies, and were it not for the fact that my oldest was my mum's first, and at the time only, grandchild, I don't think I would have been in his life physically at all. I hate myself daily for feeling like this. I've tried therapy and I've tried forming a bond again. We were close until about 2 years ago, but I just can't. I can talk from the unwanted child perspective. I never sat down with my dad to discuss it, but it was obvious he was in no mental state to handle children. My mom had 2 after me, my sister and my special needs brother. And, I was certainly an asshole. I can tell stories, trust me. I was an asshole. She couldn't handle 3 kids, so my dad took me, while my mom kept the other 2. My dad didn't admit it, but we all knew it was, so he didn't have child support. He was almost never home, and when he was drunk. In fact, he got in trouble with the cops, and went on the run, when I was 14 or 15. I didn't tell anyone, because I liked the freedom. We were already poor, so it's not like I needed money to live that lifestyle anyway. I just got myself on the bus for school, got his food stamps and went shopping, and even had some money from doing work for random neighbors. For the 9-ish months he was gone, I had almost no change in my lifestyle. All that being said, I still love the guy. Everyone has their demons. My brother and sister think he's scum, I don't. He, even if unintentionally, prepared me for this world. I see so many people complain about how tough life is, and I just think you have no idea, you sheltered beach. I call him in June for his birthday. He calls me around Christmas. If we are feeling extra sentimental, we will even meet up for lunch once a year, but not always. I have 2 children, both boys, one aged 10 who lives with my ex and the other aged 4 who lives with me. I love them both dearly, but I don't like my oldest son, and, honesty, I dread him coming to visit. He lives with my ex and her partner and I genuinely believe we would both be happier not seeing one another. I never wanted children, both were accidental pregnancies, and were it not for the fact that my oldest was my mum's first, and at the time only, grandchild, I don't think I would have been in his life physically at all. I hate myself daily for feeling like this. I've tried therapy and I've tried forming a bond again. We were close until about 2 years ago, but I just can't.